I think the best part about wearing scrubs is the fact that they're just like work pajamas. I can just shove so many things in my pockets and like be comfy. No one needs to know.
10% off. Thank you.
10% off burrito. Let's go.
Yeah, Barbaritos had it, and they were right by the hospital, and their chips and cheese was so fucking good. So it was like actual seasoning on the chips, not just
Yo.
salt. It was tasty. It's really good. They also did not skimp on the burritos. Those things were fucking massive.
I do miss the feeling
And
of
no one
scrubs.
ever fucked up the perfect burrito wrap because there was like pictures on the like metal like table thing, like the bar that they like slide your stuff down and put like add stuff to, and it had a like picture step by step on how to properly fold a burrito.
As a professional burrito roller for part of my adulthood, and by part of my adulthood I mean 5 days, professionally rolling burritos is tough work. I commend them.
And they never layered it top to bottom. It was always side to side. That way you got a bite of everything in every bite.
I love layering it top to bottom for shitty customers, though.
Just an entire layer of beans.
An entire layer of
Welcome to the
cilantro.
bean zone. No, not cilantro, not the soap.
Oh, they didn't want cilantro? Oops! All cilantro.
You just had the quesadilla completely filled with cilantro. Or a tortilla. I'm a failure.
If you can hide cilantro in something, it is the best way to fuck with someone who has the soap gene. Because, it sucks. It's literally like a mouthful of Dove dish detergent.
I think you mean the inferior gene.
I I don't know. I don't care about cilantro. There's tons of other seasonings that I can eat, but it does mean that I can't eat the rice from Moe's because they always put cilantro in it. So it's just
Oh, cry.
soapy rice. It's so bad.
But that's my favorite.
I don't know why soap. Why of all things is it perfectly the taste of soap?
That is a really weird thing for it to be.
Oh my god, I forgot to feed my Neopet.
I don't think I've ever actually eaten cilantro. Um, but I think my mom has this cilantro soap thing, so it's decently likely that I also will not like the taste of cilantro and will think it tastes like soap. But I don't know, because I don't know if I've ever had it.
You disappoint me.
My mom doesn't have the gene.
And maybe I won't. I don't know.
I probably get it from my dad then.
So, what I'm hearing is make you and your dad identical burritos, yours without cilantro, his with, or no, I'll put like tiny sprinkles of cilantro in it, but I'll mark where it is so that when he goes, does yours taste like this? He'll take a bite at the exact right moment, take a bite of cilantro, go, never mind. and then you can continue to enjoy your burrito in peace. Mm-hmm.
If I were going to surprise cilantro my father, I would just do it outright. He's not going to touch my food,
True.
but he will fall for stupid shit.
The mind games. The mind games, though.
It's barely even a game. It's child's play. My father is not the brightest.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Oh yeah. How's been playing with Dungeon Draft been going?
I haven't messed with it a ton yet because I still haven't got in the rest of the assets. I don't know if they just haven't come through yet or what, but I
Oh
haven't
yeah,
messed with it yet.
it jacked up.
Okay, I'll check my email again.
No, it's like I have to separate it into two different files because it was so
Oh.
big.
Oh, okay.
Thank you for reminding me because I completely forgot to do so.
Yeah, no problem.
Also, I made another one that's huge. It's called Special.
A big file called special.
Yeah. Uh, I don't know where Special went. Oh, I found it.
Are any of you familiar with velvet worms?
Yeah.
They're my favorite creepy crawly creature. And I
There's
was
a
talking about them with a friend earlier today and I want to share.
there's a plushie website that has velvet worm plushies.
I want one.
Weird to shell out. Shit's expensive.
Oof. Never mind, I don't want one. I'm too broke.
I looked them up and they really live for 5 years, or am I looking at the wrong thing?
Maybe? Does it look like a living gummy worm?
Kinda.
Yeah, that's probably them.
Damn. I
I always think
unfortunately
of
do
jewel
not like
caterpillars.
any creepy crawlies.
You don't like any creepy crawlies?
No.
That's
They're
fair.
they're all yucky to me.
I like I'm kind of neutral on most creepy crawlies other than snakes. I like snakes. If you qualify snakes as creepy crawlies, then I like them. But velvet worms are just like they don't look real. They look like a little rubber adorable toy creature.
I'm just anti-bug. They can live as long as they live away from me.
That's understandable.
Oh, there's a pattern for a velvet worm. I can make you one. I have the stitching
Yo,
and stuff. Let me see.
that'd be cool.
There's a crochet
You don't
pattern
gotta.
and there's a sewing pattern. Do you want to crochet? I will not crochet you one.
Yeah, I was about
That
to
will
say
take forever.
I know how long crocheting takes. You don't have to do that. You don't have to
But
do
I
it at
can
all.
sew like a motherfucker, so I could sew you one.
If you want to, I would be very appreciative.
How big do you want him?
Um, how
8
big
to
can I
9
have?
feet long?
Well,
Body pillow
8 to 9
size.
feet long.
Yeah, that's what this pattern
Dang.
calls for.
I feel like that would be expensive.
Not
Fabric,
when
not
you're gay and
necessarily.
have a will.
That would be incredible. But
It's
like,
$4 for the pattern.
how much?
4.
Oh, that's not too bad.
Anywho, let's get to the one website that I use, Quest Portal.
Oh yeah, I gotta open that too.
I haven't drank my 3rd coffee for the day yet.
I'm already here.
I know, I'm baby.
I always forget which channel the Quest Portal link is in this server.
You don't just type in app.questportal.com?
No.
Nah, I just keep using the same invite here.
Yeah.
My computer remembers that I would like to go there.
But I have
Is
another
that why I
Quest
have
Portal
15
thing.
players?
The worst
What?
part. The worst part is I have a saved on a favorites tab too.
If you guys are hitting the join link, you're actually making, I think, a new like person every time.
No, I was kidding. They're not,
Oh,
because it's the
because they're
same.
like, I
It's
shouldn't
the
have
same
access to the
profile.
things I have access to.
All of your volumes are so inconsistent, and I'm so mad about it.
Oh,
What was that?
they. I see. So my notes that I had are gone,
No.
Oh no.
including the long list of all of the things I can do with the medicine check.
Oh no.
I'm sorry, were you using that site to take notes?
Mayhaps.
The site that's under constant, like,
Why would you do
renovations?
that?
Mayhaps.
Dude, use fucking Google Docs. How many times do you have to lose everything to learn this lesson, Kevin?
To be fair, last time it was just I left them in the downloads folder and then it completely deleted everything.
How many times do we gotta teach you this lesson, old man?
Cameron's not here.
True.
Oh, you're right. But they spend so much time together, I kind of got it a little mixed up.
It's okay. I can just look at my stuffs on Path Builder.
Also, oh, I thought you were gonna say, I can just look at my skin and see that I'm not an old and wrinkly old man. I'm sorry, I have to take digs at Cameron every chance I get. Like that one time, I called because I was having a panic attack. And then I started roasting him. I don't know what happened or how we got there.
Rude.
He helped me out of my panic attack, but to do so, I just had to make fun of him, and I felt better.
And then he laid down and cried himself to sleep.
Probably. But, okay. Anyone need last minute bathroom breaks, snack breaks, any breaks? No? Let's get into it.
Let's get rolling into it.
And we're back into the tavern, where you guys are spending the night until about midnight.
Approximately so.
I don't know how to write out Grax, so for now, still here.
Fair.
Can always do that we had heard rumors of our unnamed fellow passing by and Drac having taken off after him.
Sounds good, let's do that. I was like,
That way you don't have to kill them, because that's a bad feel.
yeah, I wasn't gonna. All right. So, does anyone have anything they want to say / do right before you go investigate?
I think we had kind of gotten to the point right before we were going to at the end of last session, I think. Unless anybody else has anything they want to do, I think we were good to go.
I actually wonder if the rumors are enough for us to pursue a lead or not. Let me take a look.
I think the plan at this point was just to try and figure out if the wailing sounds were coming from the general store. Because that's kind of where things are leading at this point. So if those two things coincide, it's probably the right direction to be headed, but we don't know that until we've investigated.
I mean, they weren't able to tell where in town the sobbing, like the wailing, was coming from, and like the general store's in the dead middle. So I don't know if she's staying elsewhere or if she is there, but we'll follow it and find out.
True.
All right. Okay. So for everyone's seems pretty caught up. Does any underdogs want to take the really quick recap of last session just to bring us all to speed?
The only note that I took was Joanna Nobe got dead baby shoulder, so
Okay.
All right. So our investigations last session led us to believe that we might be able to kind of split the difference of where our target might be at this point. So we went to Fairmouth, which was in between the other two destinations, I believe, because we just kind of wanted to cut the difference. And we arrived in Fairmouth, kind of picked up some information, talking to the bartender, mostly done by our wonderful Desdemona, which led us to a merchant shop who we found out is married to the sister of who we're looking for. And arriving there, kind of meeting him and finding out he's a pretty swell guy, all things considered. Might or might not be charmed. We're not 100% sure on that. We did end up meeting the sister and kind of hinting where we're going, quote unquote. And it seems she might be hiding something. So we've kind of stopped, sat in this bar, kind of waiting for the time where we've heard a rumor that the wailing of somebody can be heard at night, and see if it's connected or not. And yeah, that's where we are right now.
Got it. Nice. Take that session bronze. I'll put it in the disc.
I will remember to use it. And the session bronze is a d6 to the roll, right?
Yeah. D6 to any roll except for damage and... Are death saves the things in Pathfinder? I don't... Yes.
They are. You do
Yeah.
a flat check versus your dying roll. So the first dying roll you would need to make is an 11, and if you fail, it goes to a 12, and so on and so forth. Unless you have feats that repair that, I should say.
Alright, session bronze has been awarded. And actually, really quick, sorry for that little clink clink. I have a Rumune bottle that I was trying to move away and I realized it passed right in front of my mic. For last session, going over and really, really thinking about it, I would like to award Desdemona a silver for being great at investigating and taking some of the weight off of everyone else's shoulders. And Thatcher, you get a bronze for being our little silly boy who's like chill.
It is a good time.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
I don't think I deserve it. You can just give mine to Desdemona. She carried that that whole thing our last session.
I please allow yourself the silly boy bronze, my friend.
You don't want the silly boy bronze?
It's
I
not that
always
deep,
forget to
man.
use it. Please take
Take
it.
Alright, I got you. I'll take it only because you wanted me to have it.
Also, I think something's up with your mic,
Me or Thatcher?
Thatcher.
Oopie. I did. Does that sound better?
Yeah, it was just getting like a lot of weird muffle feedback.
He was eating it before.
Motherfucker.
It's
chewing
like
on
a
it.
weird. It's like a weird range. Like I if I have it too far, you guys can't hear me, and so I put it a little bit closer, and then it kind of drifts in just a little bit, and I don't notice.
Also, just to clarify it, because I forget, what
Silver
is...
is declared before
yeah.
the roll. Gold is
Okay.
at any time. You could use it before or after the roll.
Okay. And silver is an additional d6
Just-
that I use before the roll?
No, silver is a preemptive advantage.
Okay.
So
Alright.
basically, you declare you're using your silver, and you get advantage on that roll.
It would be the
Cool.
same for the bronze, right?
Yeah,
You
bronze
declare
is
beforehand.
bronze and silver are beforehand. Gold is the only one that you can use after.
Fair.
Maybe I'll make one of them's Electrum, and that's a d6 after the roll. How useless. It's not useless, but still. Anyways, funny stuff.
I was about to say, adding a d6 after you know the roll result is actually very helpful, because then you're like, okay, 14, but I bet you anything, an extra, 4 on that is absolutely going to pass the save I just failed. Adds a d6.
True.
Yeah, I do have a second coin. I can't do math. I did math all day. I can't. There's a fourth coin that I want to add because I have all of these coins physically. And I have a new coin. It's like a crescent moon. But that one is so cool. I want it to be a super awesome one, but I don't know how to use it. So I'll figure that out eventually. Maybe it'll be a second thought d6. Maybe. We'll see. Or maybe I'll make it like the dice in Armello, where in the daytime it's useless, at the nighttime though it's great.
Well,
Anyway.
one last thing before we do like get onward, or like not. It's game related, but if possible, I would like to have had Desdemona finish carving up the piece of burnt house into a wand. Um,
Oh
if
yeah,
that
you'll have like all evening to. So
Okay.
I think that's fine. Cause
so
you
I'll
guys,
buy. You go ahead.
cause you guys basically turned in at like noon to 1, and you were waiting until midnight. So some of y'all can nap, some of y'all can get stuff done. Whatever it is you want to do.
All right. Sounds good.
All right. So soon night falls. You see patrons pile in. Some interesting folk. You know, there's the blacksmith wanders in. There's a couple other people, just strange, you know, otherkin, people that you're not too used to seeing in a human establishment, but nonetheless, you guys can either watch from the dining room or from the loft. As this is, like I said, a 2-story building. But the second story hangs down where the bedrooms are kind of like towards the edges. So like the middle part is very open, and you can see where diners are down below. Does that make sense?
Yeah, for the most part.
Okay. Okay. I was like, middle of room, open, edges, bedrooms. There you go. My brain, that work. But yeah, so you see people trickle in, trickle out. Does anyone go downstairs to eat around dinner time?
Weren't meals included with, she said the meals were included right with the rooms.
Yes.
Then, yeah, it's free fucking food.
I suppose if
who,
they're not going to bring them up to us, then we should go down and get our food.
who has the baby? Is it me?
It's either you or Desdemona. You want me to roll a die for it?
Sure.
Odds or evens?
I'll go odd because I'm a little oddball.
Okay, he's with you.
Then I absolutely went down to get dinner with what's his face, Flint, right?
Lit.
Or Flit.
Flit.
Yes. What was it? He didn't like carrots, right?
He did not like carrots, but neither do you, I guess.
I go, I'm like holding his hand downstairs, and I go, I promise that there ain't no carrots. We're not gonna have any carrots. I'll make sure that they don't put it in our food.
Fucking act like you're gonna be poisoned by carrots.
It was then that their fates were sealed. A life of glaucoma was in their future. I'm just kidding.
All right, now that you guys are here, does anyone eavesdrop? Or try to listen out for any of the local rumors?
I mean, I'm eating it. I got ears. Might as well use them while mouth's busy.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I was thinking too.
Yeah.
Probably a snooper by nature.
Is there anybody in this building who isn't listening in?
Just because you're right doesn't mean you should say it.
Well, at least I didn't call a bitch infertile on Maine.
So perception checks, I'm guessing.
Yepperoo. And actually, I'll tell you this. There's a max that I want So, like, if you pass it too high, you'll fail, and if you pass it too low, you'll also fail.
Oh,
So maybe higher isn't better. Because,
if we pass it
you're
too high, we hear too much and can't differentiate.
Yep, exactly. Just for funsies. It's just little rumors.
What do you mean a 20 went to Royst?
Oh, I guess a nat 20. We'll see if anyone gets a nat 20.
Total of 5.
24.
10 with 5 is 15.
You know what? I'm just gonna go for all the marbles. I'm going to use my Sessions bronze, because why not?
Oh no. Nat 20 and a session bronze. Watch it happen.
My ears explode.
Start to hear the giants that are outside your world talking
No,
to each other over this giant table.
I start to hear the dead babies on my shoulder.
Okay, so... Okay, so, did we post them in the rolling channel?
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, sweet, cool. Okay. What'd you get?
Just with my die roll and my Session bronze, I'm already sitting at like a solid 16. And you want me to add perception to that, right? Oops, I forgot my perception's pretty high. So,
Great, when you get a chance, I asked a question in DMs.
Oh, sweet. I'll check that out right now. Hold on, I'm sorting my dice, because I think I have certain dice assigned to certain players, because that's how my brain works.
I'm just imagining all of our characters sitting at the table and not paying attention to each other as they're trying to crane their ears to listen to other people in the tavern.
We're all just dead staring at each other, trying to focus on hearing. Everyone else, they're gossiping about us dead staring at each other.
Somebody walks by and it's just 5 people staring into the middle distance of the table.
I super forgot that I think I have expertise or I have an E next to perception, so I forgot that that's kind of high for me.
Sorcerers start with an E. That's pretty good. Actually,
Yeah,
didn't
it's
realize
just-
that.
Yeah, it's because I just the way Thatcher's built, he's very like socially.
That you're built different.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's the trauma. He's very like how would you call it? Like aware of his surroundings, I guess, with people.
Hypervigilance is the term.
It's the knowing how to distinguish all the people in your house by the sounds of their footsteps.
Yes, absolutely, that's what that is.
Aw, no one gets my favorite poison dice. Cry. Because I counted out all my dice, and I was assigning them to each player. And my favorite dice, my very first set of dice is in my set that I play with for this game. Unfortunately, it's assigned to no one. Cry. That's the DM dice. Alright, so I'm going to give each of you a different fun little rumor. Except for Desdemona. You're like trying to be
Ears too
subtle
big.
and like no. Because you're not able to differentiate enough between these. So if anything, like you're chewing too much and you're like, you're so good. But yeah, you just can't hear it over the sound of like your table.
I'm trying to be loyal to one dice because y'all called me a dice slut the other day, and it's not working.
Oh. Let's see, we've got Davdak. Oh, by the way, if you guys want, at the end of the game, remind me and I'll show you your dice. Davdak, something that you notice is that there's some talk that you hear. You overhear someone talking bad about another race. Surprisingly enough, it's not a human. The orcs are talking down about the dwarves. And you hear them conspiring to harass them later on that night. You're like, those damn dwarves. Always hoarding the wealth, not distributing it. What if we just show them what for? Yeah, show them what for. And they have another swig. Let's see. Now, you hear, funny enough, all that wailing has seemed to have brought in a small group of mercenaries, and they've begun to settle in town. Some townsfolk are nervous about the outsiders looking for what they call trouble.
Do they have any type of company insignias or anything? Any unique equipment that stands out?
These guys, they're not too fancy. They don't have any insignia per se, but you can tell they're the group because all of their clothing and armor is a dusty gray. It's kind of like their colors. Thatcher, you hear more about the whaling, but this time, this person is saying that it is just, it's just these people from the outside. They need to stop coming into town, and you see kind of a glance towards your table as they seem to look you up and down, and not you per se, but everyone up and down, and look away. They're not too fond of outsiders, it seems. At least these people. Anyways, seems like there's rumors that it would be a bad harvest this year. It seems that there's someone in town telling them that they must pray to the Sinless One and make offerings, or else the harvest will surely go to spoil. Not quite time for harvest, but it's making people nervous nonetheless. And those are the local rumors. You're welcome. Do with that what you will. Have some fat to chew on over dinner.
Which one did Hazel hear? If Hazel heard one?
Hazel. It's the harvest. The harvest is not going to be good. Did I say? Who did I say? I thought I said. Did I say Desdemona instead of Hazel? Oh.
I didn't hear any.
Oh, well. I said Hazel in my mind.
And then it wasn't going to be good unless they pray to and offer stuff to the sinless one.
Yep, the main god. There seems to be a wandering preacher in town.
This place has got pretty good dinners, though. I mean, there's not a lot of towns with food at the saloon that's this distractingly good.
Mal hums along, like does like a little nod. Absolutely is not listening to you.
Like, yeah, great. Yeah, cool. Yeah.
You won't distract me. I'm listening to mercenary talk.
Hazel's gonna lean over to the person nearest to her, which I assume is Desdemona,
Probably.
Yeah.
and just whisper, "Who's the sinless one?"
Desdemona, like, eyes go wide for a second, and she leans in and, like, covers her mouth and is like, that's like God. That's like the Lord. The one that everybody's all up in arms about.
Wait, I'm right near you too as well, right?
Probably.
I think it is
Based
probably, based on the world building, incredibly dangerous to be anyone who doesn't know about this one, considering that's this world's like default god.
I was gonna say like I give Hazel the side-eye monkey meme.
Yeah, that's he's a considered to be quite a big deal by most average human folk. Just if anybody references generally if any human references any kind of workup, that's probably who they're talking about. You should probably just go along with it most of the time. It's a decent enough way to get flayed if you don't.
Can Hazel look around and make sure no one was eavesdropping on that?
Yeah.
Would I roll something?
No. It seems like no one was listening, but you do see an older man kind of swaggering up to your table.
Is it like the old man who was in here before, or is it a different guy?
It's definitely a different guy. He looks disheveled. His clothes are ratty at best. If I were to describe him, I would say he is probably the town's local crazy person.
There. This could go one of many ways.
Probably an entertaining one, regardless.
So he swaggers up to your table, swaying a bit, as you notice. He smells of booze. Having been sitting at the bar somewhere, he comes on up and he goes, "Are y'all adventurers?"
Desdemona looks up to the guy and looks over at everybody else and kind of gives a shrug.
Oh, don't worry, I can spot one from a mile away. So, y'all are, he blinks unsteadily. I need y'all's help. You see, my son, he was kidnapped by a mini dragon, right? He's, hidden off in one of the mines somewhere guarded by, no, he was kidnapped by the dragon. The giants? Yeah, it's giants, yeah. Yeah, he's crazy. I've been looking for him all this time and I can't find him. He seems like I need some adventurers to help. I'll make it worth your while, I promise. Y'all best uh, probably the best that could help me.
How long is he? How long has he been missing?
He closes his eyes and his brows furrow a bit. He seems to be thinking really hard. A couple of weeks? Yeah, it's been a couple of weeks. Unfortunately, no one's been brave enough, and I ain't what I used to be. Hope he's okay. He better be okay. He's my only son. And he takes his raggedy hat off and he holds it to his chest and he goes, "You see, my wife passed away when he was real young, and there's not much family anymore. So you see the Mal, do you look? I'm assuming you kind of like.
When
You're
someone
looking
approached
around.
the table, I was paying attention.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm saying, are you paying attention to the surroundings as well?
Yeah, since this guy seems a little odd, he's probably asked other people before, particularly the bartender, if she notices the guy and has like the neck slice, like, I don't listen to that shit. So yeah, they kind of are glancing around while he's talking.
Okay. Yeah, I figured Mal would be the one to do so. But yeah, you see the bartender cleaning a glass and rolling her eyes. Also, your perception was low enough that you would not be too enthralled, but high enough that you would still notice. But yeah, so he's telling his story about his missing son, his dead wife. All well, you know, he's just very drunk as well.
Could
Oh.
I was gonna say, could I do a sense motive as he's like explaining this story?
Absolutely.
I was also about to say the same thing.
Roll me a sense motive.
Does this Pathfinder have like an insight equivalent?
Yeah,
That's
I
what
don't.
Sense motive.
It
I
would
don't
be a
see.
perception check.
Oh.
I was gonna say I don't see a sense motive as a skill. So is it just perception?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. To Hazel, this guy doesn't seem all that broken up about it, so she's instantly suspicious.
Yeah, I'd like for Desdemona to be like figuring out, like watching him, and also just kind of glancing around to see if this is some sort of distraction. Like, is he just coming up to us to keep us distracted while somebody else bumps in and tries to pick our pockets? I rolled a total of 14.
I got a nice 27.
You're unsure of this guy's motives at a 14, but at a 27, you know that he completely believes this story.
That's what I was afraid of. Well, depending on how long we stay in town, we might consider investigating that. We'll keep you in our thoughts and prayers. He kind of pauses for a moment.
Alright, well, if you need to find me, I could be found most nights here. They're very kind to an old man like me here. Not much like other people in this town.
It doesn't hurt to investigate if we're near the mines anyway.
Meanwhile, Flit flies up and he goes, "Mister, I know these people. They're real kind. I'm sure they'll help you out." This brings a smile to the old man's face and he goes, "You know what, my weird little flying boy? Thank you." And then you hear the bartender call, "Zeke." your food's getting cold. Right, I'm sorry. Let me just I have to get back. Thank y'all for listening.
Of course.
How's that name spelled?
Zeke.
Is he human?
Yes, he's human.
Okay.
As far as we can tell.
You have to tell me if he's not human, otherwise it's entrapment.
But yeah, so there's Zeke. You're welcome. Flit rolled on one of the rumors, just for funsies, and I decided to make it a fun little thing. Hope y'all enjoyed.
Mal just sighs. I can't believe I'm gonna have to investigate a mine. Gotta get black lung.
Yeah. At the very least, though, he does seem genuine. Even if he might be a little off.
Whether it's true or not, I would rather check in. Well, after confirming he actually has a son in the first place. But they don't know for sure, just ran off to a different town.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily one to go on and chase after these stories of drunkards, but if there's a kid in trouble, I don't necessarily want to leave it alone.
Probably more than in trouble at this point, if there's any merit to it.
Yeah.
If they were taken by any type of supernatural creature, the chance they're dead is very high. But it would be preventing it from hunting other people.
You're right.
It is, as I mentioned, technically my job.
Hunting down magical creatures and such.
What do you think the 5 magazine pistol's for?
Good point. I wouldn't have guessed, but that does make sense.
It's different type of ammunition for different type of weaknesses.
Ah, stuff like silver, cold iron, stuff like that? Or
Yes.
more like fire, lightning, ice.
Raw materials.
Mm.
Having anything magic would be dangerous.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And offensively expensive.
This is also true.
I have mini silver, iron, poison, and another round of mini.
That is fascinating. I will. I'd like to talk more with you about that at some point or another. And Desdemona kind of like reaches down and pats like one of the larger, like, bags where she keeps her esoterica bits in. Like, I can't talk about this in the middle of a crowded room, but we should talk about this at some point.
They kind of just tip their drink towards you and shelve it for later.
Desdemona's
So,
going to go. Oh, go ahead.
Cat's quieter, considering all the people around. Mal kind of leans into the table some and like hides their mouth kind of partially behind the hands, at least an angle towards whichever side just has more people. We might also have competition, perhaps tonight or maybe tomorrow if they're just settling in. But there are mercenaries in town also after the source of the wailing. Likely believe it's some type of undead.
Well, in all fairness, if we're just looking to get things done, then it wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing to have others out there looking for it, but if we're looking to try and solve this peacefully, that may not be uh, advantageous.
Too many outside focuses might have their own agenda, so to speak.
Indeed.
Before we leave, we should make sure either we leave before them once they head upstairs, or we leave after once they've. Well, sorry. We should leave after they've gone upstairs or outside, rather than before.
Yeah, that'd make sense.
And if things get dangerous, we can always retreat and look for them if we feel we need backup.
Do we wanna try and touch base with them beforehand, just on the off chance they'd be willing to help?
Absolutely not. Some mercenaries are fucking psychos.
Yeah, that's pretty much where I was sitting, but
If they're just here for money, they'll make up whatever they need to assure that they'll get a payout.
yeah. The more I think about it, the more that seems like a very bad idea. Visions of them, or like, yeah, or above table visions in Desdemona's head of the mercenaries figuring out that we're the band of weirdos who came from the same place as the witch, who's currently being also semi-hunted because of the fact that Pure Creek thinks that we were involved with the witch, and them going to Pure Creek with Mariah's head and all of our heads in a satchel.
The American dream.
It's just good business.
Well, this is certainly going to be an interesting night one way or another.
Shortly after you guys are almost done eating, I'd say it's been about 15 minutes since our lovely Zeke arrived at your table. He seems to get up and saunter his way out of the door. Saunter, not Saunder. Saunder is a different emotion. Saunter
Yeah.
his way out the door.
Ooh, that's actually an interesting idea. Can I pursue a lead on him?
Sure.
Maybe to be used for later, but still.
Zeke, town, question mark, question mark, question mark. He might be the drunkard, he might be the town crazy person, he also might be the town question mark, question mark, question mark, who knows? But, shortly after, the woman walks up to your table. The woman behind the bartender. I don't remember if I gave her a name. If I did, I did, didn't I?
I maybe.
That'd be very like me to give her a name and
No,
not write it
because
down.
I do not have it down.
I also
Question
did
mark,
not
question
write
mark,
it
question
down.
mark for woman bartender at the Fairmouth Inn. Sold information on the town. Barely accepting.
Alright, I'll pull up the name for her real quick.
I think her name should be Martha.
Lucetta. Lucetta. She goes and she walks up to your table, clearing out some plates and such. And she says quietly, "Ain't no use looking for his son. Boy died 10 years ago. Poor fool's been out of it ever since."
How did he die?
Well, he just turned up one day dead on the street. Unfortunately, I think that drove the poor man crazy.
Is there any reason he would fixate on dragons or mines?
I mean,
Or giants.
anything to explain away why your son is gone, I think would be, who knows? I don't speak crazy.
Are the mines near here in Newstead?
Not too much anymore. We moved away from being a mine in town as it wasn't too great of coal here.
Too much competition with the other mine in town?
Yeah. Other mine in town has a lot more goods. A lot more ore. It doesn't keep some of the dwarves from picking around in the mine, but it's not our namesake or big to do. Although that is why we're called Fairmouth, mouth of the mine and all. But like I said, town's origins and all are not quite what they used to be.
Well, we appreciate the tip. I will strike that off the to-do list, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm sorry to tell you there's no fancy mini dragons or giants or whatever else he says. Rabid elves. Giant
I met a rabbit
goblins.
elf once.
Oh,
That's a story for another day.
hope I never do. Anyways, I thought I'd just give y'all a heads up. Y'all seem pretty cool. I'd hate for you to waste away your time looking for a man who's already been dead. You can find his tombstone in the graveyard if you look, if you don't believe me, just in case.
Were we told the son's name?
No.
Hazel's gonna ask what the son's name was.
Cyrus.
Zeke and Cyrus.
Well, his nickname is Zeke.
Ezekiel.
How do you spell
And their
Cyrus?
surname?
Cyrus.
What's her last name?
That was not given to you.
We're asking
You
the
ask.
son's name, so I'm asking their surname.
Alright, let's see. I have to make one up. Oh no. His last name is Gardner. Ezekiel Gardner and Cyrus Gardner.
And when did his wife die?
Oh, his wife died back when Ezekiel was a boy. That's the truth. She... This is strange. She turned up dead just like her son did.
Oh, shit. Now we definitely gotta investigate.
What was her name?
Her name was... Judith.
Oh, there's more going on in this town than I would have expected, in all honesty.
Was the deaths ever investigated?
I mean, as much as the sheriff did, yeah. But I just figured they pissed someone off. Judith was a gossiper after all.
Is that sheriff still around, or?
Oh, yeah, he should be. He's retired, though. Sheriff, Jethro Barnett was the sheriff at the time. I really like that name. I randomly generated it, and I really like it.
Sorry, can you repeat it?
Jethro Barnett. Barnett spelled Barn, E-T-T-E.
Say his name one more time.
Jethro Barnett.
Ah, like almost sounds like death row.
I just thought Gibbs.
Oh, yeah. It's okay. Gibbs is a pretty good investigator, too. Anywho, that's enough chit-chatting. I gotta get back to tending the bar. So, good luck, you guys.
Yes, of course. And Desdemona, real quick, reaches in and pulls out a silver piece or a dime, and just kind of flicks it in her direction. Gives a nod. Thank you for the tip and for
She
the
catches
meal.
it with the best precision. Like, it's like out of the corner of her eye, and she like grabs it, and she's like, "Thank you much."
Of course. Well, that crossed one thing off the list and added a couple more, huh?
Mal pulls out one of the couple of like journals that are in their bag and seems to be done eating at this point and leans back to scribbling a bunch of stuff. Hard to tell if it's about that or just a distraction.
Also, Devin's making me hydrate, so everyone hydrate.
Hydrate.
Called out like this.
Listen, you do it, it's your fault.
Shrimp check.
Ugh, shrimp check. It's okay, I wasn't shrimping. Anywho, so the rest of dinner, thankfully, goes uneventful. Flit goes and like flits around. Flit goes and flutters around the table, and he says, "Well, that's kind of wild. Is it? Do you think something's going on? There seems to be a lot of things going on. I mean, there wasn't very much going on in my little place, but as well for a little place, it was quite big. A lot of families lived there. Maybe not as many as here, but there were still quite a few."
Well, there is most certainly something going on.
Well, I doubt this is much of anything, but just so all the cards are on the table. Apparently there's some guy going around telling people the harvest isn't going to be good unless they pray and offer stuff to the Sinless One, and they say that as quietly as they can while still being heard.
That feels about right. right? I mean,
Thatcher looks over at everybody and gives like a confident nod.
you know, like doomsday preachers are usually around somewhere these days.
Mhm.
Not uncommon.
Did
You know,
the
Thatcher?
rumor ever say it was a dude or a girl?
It was a wandering preacher, is all you heard. And
Okay.
speaking of wandering preacher, Thatcher, you knew that Aunt Polly always said, never trust them wandering preachers. You never know what their goal is. Only trust the town preacher. He knows what he's talking about. Them wandering
Good golly,
preachers.
Miss Polly, thank you for the advice.
Yay, my family did something useful for once.
Hey,
Hey, she might be wrong. What if this
She might
preacher's
call you a
correct?
slur, but she might also have good information.
It's all I know, so we're gonna go with that. Never trust them traveling preachers. What my Aunt Polly used to say.
Well,
Admittedly, it is the easiest way to be a scam artist.
Yeah, he was asking for offerings.
Well,
where's this audio coming from?
It's probably Devin's picking up Cameron.
Oh, okay.
oh yeah, probably.
It's not a problem.
One thing I was gonna say, at the mention of pretending to be a preacher is the easiest way to scam people. There's like a glimmer of recognition and understanding in Desdemona's eyes.
Well, sounds like you all had much more information tidbits. All I've heard so far is that some dwarves might be giving some elves a hard time in the near future.
Is it orcs?
Orcs giving dwarves a hard time.
Oh, I must have misheard something then.
There was talk about rabid elves, but no, it was orcs bothering dwarves.
Okay.
Yeah. As for me, I started to pick up on something, but then they kind of just were talking about us and that they didn't trust us very much. So maybe we should keep an open eye out for any other or any watchful eyes on us. Not much I'll say.
Well, I imagine we shouldn't be talking down here for too much longer if we've all been trying to listen in on something or another. It's surely we're not the only ones who are trying, so.
Oh, Thatcher's absolutely gonna look at Flit and be like, "And you need to pipe down. You can't be going around saying that we're gonna do things without us saying we're actually gonna do them. You hear?"
Are we not?
That you can't go making decisions for other people. You hear me? You understand, right?
No.
So, in this case, we are going to look into these things because we think they're incredible enough or are dangerous enough if they're true. However, some people will tell you things that are lies or too improbable or not enough of a danger. And if you say that you're going to look into them, there is a very real chance that if you do not, it will ruin your reputation. They'll come for revenge. Or it could affect your payment and other people's trust in you.
Oh.
If you lied to your mother once, whether you meant to or not, she would be less likely to trust the next time you tried to tell the truth, the same as she would the next time you tried to lie.
Oh, I guess that's true. I did lie to her, though. Said I was going to bed. I came here instead.
Oh,
He
goodness.
smiles widely.
A question. Does your mom look like you?
Yeah. She's, just a little bit bigger. He, like, pinches his fingers together real close. He goes, her hair goes down to here, and he points, like, to the middle of his back. He goes, and her wings, they're more like a moth than anything.
Can your mother do magic?
Well, of course.
Ah,
Mm. Well,
I would not discuss that as openly as you may be.
yeah, we've been talking quietly the whole time.
Has Flet been talking quietly the whole time?
He kind of matches the tone of whatever someone is
Okay.
saying, but, like, take it, like, slightly bit higher. So if you're talking like this, he's talking like this.
He just puts a little too much into it.
Exactly.
Alright, well, I'm sure that she is going to be just fine and watching at home and waiting for you to come back. So, you'll have to make sure not to take too long with us here at Fairmont.
Oh, but do I gotta go back? I really enjoy being with y'all.
Oh. Let's see. Anybody else want to deal with that? Mel just kind of like leans back a little bit, looks at the rest of you two who've adopted Flit.
I'll go if you don't.
Is that
Oh, go ahead.
was that directed at me or was that directed at Mal?
Oh, Mal's removed themselves from the equation.
Yeah.
I think Thatcher will take the lead, and he goes, all right, just come here real close real quick, all right? Look, oh, he sits like right in front of me, yeah.
Yeah.
Listen here, we really like you too, but you gotta understand that you're young and you can't be leaving your mama worried sick like that. You understand? And we're not exactly going out for a picnic in a park or whatever you think we're doing. We're trying to, or at least help ourselves at the very least. You understand, don't you?
He puffs out his cheek a bit. When he goes, seems all y'all are in agreement. Don't really think I ought to stay. He kind of pouts a bit.
Well, Flet. It's not a matter of us not wanting you around, it's us not wanting you to get hurt. And we're heading in the direction of what very much could be a lot of hurt.
The longer
He
you
kinda-
stay with us, the more likely someone is to get hurt. Be it one of us or you. And it would be different if you were old enough to have left home with your mother's permission or without needing it. But if something happens to you, your mother will never know. We're not going to make you leave right now. We have things to finish here first, and the safest place you're going to be here is with us. But we will need to help you get back home. And if you still want to leave, that's a conversation you need to have with your mother.
He makes a bit of a face, but he nods.
Plus, if you prove you can be responsible, your mother might be more likely to let you go on adventures.
Okay. He kind of he smiles a bit and he perks up a little bit at the thought of adventuring again, and he goes, "Okay, I guess. Just as long as y'all make sure you stick around together until I'm old enough to come back. Okay?" I mean, I'd hate for one of you to wander off, like that catfolk person did, and you know, it seems like the whole group is gonna fall apart at this rate. I'd hate to see that happen. I like you guys.
I feel like God's speaking to me.
It's like a bowl of soup without the soup. You know what I mean?
That'd just be a bowl.
Exactly.
Ain't too much fun to be had with just a bowl.
I mean, there's plenty of fun you can have with just a bowl, but still, it's not enough to fill your stomach.
Y'all are both now speaking a language that Mal doesn't understand, and this feels like the DM is talking to us directly.
You can't split the party anymore.
Don't forget, you're here forever.
Exactly.
Yay.
Do it for her. And show a picture of the dead baby on your shoulder.
Oh god.
For as long as we have the dead baby curse, like once it gets lifted, I bet our backs are gonna be so jacked from just like carrying that weight.
Oh yeah.
Bro,
Roll
what's
a
your
D-
routine? Benching dead babies.
The sins of my past.
Roll a
Homegrown or
D1
store-bought?
We
Roll a
just
D-
naturally get the feat that allows you to carry, like, I think 2 more bulk or whatever.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Roll a D100 to see how severe your scoliosis is. I'm kidding, don't.
46.
Oh no.
You made it, canon.
Oh no! No!
46 doesn't sound that bad. That's pretty in the middle.
46 degrees.
Oh.
69.
Oh no!
Nice, but at what cost?
My spine.
Oh goodness. Okay. I like the dinner scene, but are we all done with that?
Probably.
Are we tired now? Okay, cool. Can we take a quick break? I drank a coffee and water, and nature is calling.
Sure.
I guess. I'm feeling generous enough.
Okay, be right back. We're back.
Hello there. Time for murder.
Time for murder. Alright, so night has fallen, dinner is over. It's time to A, retire to your rooms, or B, retire to the outside. What do you choose? The mercenaries have wandered their ways inside and have gone upstairs.
In that case, are we headed out?
Well, right now is a good time as any.
What time of night is it at this point?
I'd say it's after dinner rush. It's about 9 p.m. Most people are gone home, but the drinking continues, so it's like, we'll say 9:30.
Well, we don't want to seem like there's the regular drunkards. We don't want to be the outsider drunkards.
Yeah.
So we can go pretend to sleep, keep an ear out, see if the mercenaries come upstairs, and if so, what room, if we can pick that out, and then be ready to leave before or after them, depending.
The rooms then. Up to the room then.
The mosquito attacks. There's a mosquito in my room. What was that?
We go up to the room.
Okay, perfect. So, you guys head up. And that's when you can finish up your wand, Desdemona, or you can check out Mal's cool gun. It's up to you.
If it hasn't already been finished, then Desdemona's definitely focused on getting that done. Because she figures having something related to the person who we may or may not end up fighting tonight will be helpful for her skill set.
Valid, valid, valid. Alrighty. So, eventually you hear a gaggle of footsteps go up the stairs. They enter a room not adjacent, but opposite yours, across the open space.
So can we see them?
If you have your door open, yes.
I figure we probably won't.
And they're a mercenary group of 4.
When I was looking them over and I noticed their armor color and stuff, what weapons do they all have? If I could see any of them.
One of them for sure has a bow. The rest have various swords. One of them seemingly has no weapons, therefore you're pretty sure he has guns. You know, has the nice long coat and the mysterious lack of weapons. You have a sword user, a bow user, a lack of weapon user, and someone who carries a large shield upon their back.
And they're being, like, noticeably loud as they're coming up, or is it just something that we're able to hear offhand?
You're able to hear. You guys are pretty close to the stairs.
At about what time does this happen? Is it like late enough that we could start heading out, or is it not that long after we head up?
You guys head up and you gave it about 45 minutes, so it's like 10:15, maybe 10:30, if your sense of time is a little off. But yeah, they basically, they're just in, they went in 45 minutes after you. They stayed downstairs for about that long.
How close to midnight do you think we should all head out?
Unfortunate though it is, I would rather wait closer to time. Give the mercenaries a chance to leave before us if they're going to. If not, then we should be in the clear. This is the first night they're here, so if they drank a lot and have been traveling all day, they might be likely to wait until the next. Or only send out one to scout, maybe, if we're lucky.
That makes sense. Just jet to the whole room. I generally would prefer to do whatever is to come peacefully, but I would recommend those of you that can fight would prepare for it.
I suppose things could turn a little rough. I guess I could ready myself for such events.
If we confirm that the wailing is in fact the witch from Fairmouth, it's probably a good idea if one of the other kin approaches her first, considering she was done ill by humanity. But I don't think at any point we should split up or disguise the fact that we are all there. Any reveal would immediately lead to the thought of a trap and thus aggression. And if it is not the witch, then we'll adapt as we go. But I can hold fire until it is confirmed whatever it is aggressive.
I have heard the expression before that the tension was palpable, but I don't think I've ever encountered a situation where that is quite so apt. And Desdemona is just gonna take out her gun and check over it just to see if what's his name, the guy at the general shop, messed with it in any way. Not guessing he actually like intentionally guessed or messed with it, but like if he messed with the way that she likes having it, then we'll pull out her big frontward curving blade and sharpen it, oil it, get it ready. Make sure she's got all of her stuff in order where it needs to be in her esoterica and whatnot.
It seems to be in very good working order.
Good. He also probably reloads it, because I imagine she hadn't done that yet.
Of course.
And at some point or another, Desdemona, once she has finished carving away the wood from the house. I would assume at some point she will have carved away all of the charred and like blackened part of it to just leave bare wood. And at that point, when she's fully finished, she is going to go back over to the fire in the room. I'm assuming there's like a fireplace.
Yeah.
And re-blacken it so that it looks as though it has been burned. Not to the point where it like damages it, but just to the point where it blackens the surface of the wood.
Okay, sounds good.
I'm going to save the full description for it for whenever we actually end up maybe using it, but we'll see.
All right. So, as night creeps on, it's finally about that time. You hear nothing from the other mercenaries. Seems like they've settled in for the night. But midnight creeps ever closer, and you all have the chance to sneak out quietly.
Hope y'all got stealth.
I do got a bit.
Stealth. I have decent stealth.
I'm at least
Mal would
trained.
request that anybody who has anything noisy wrap it in your bags, and then you can equip it once we're out of the place, and to leave without your shoes on until we get downstairs.
Is it morally right to put a child in a bag?
The child can hover, so long as plays the quiet game, we should be good.
Yeah, just put some tape over his mouth and we'll call it good.
Somebody just wakes up in the middle of the night. What's that buzzing sound?
Desdemona takes off her cowboy boots and gets her whole assortment of small glass bottles that makes up her esoterica and wraps them all in a blanket to carry so that she's not mildly
You can
jingling.
clank and clank.
Oh, I guess that's fair. Davdak would probably gather up his like. Actually, when was Barbicide created? Let's take a look.
I think
It doesn't matter because it could have come from the other world too, and you could have just had one made.
That is fair.
I think
Okay,
mechanic.
I think we're fine. It's around 1947.
Okay.
Yes, we're fine then.
Yeah.
All
Alright. We stealthing?
Yep. Sadly, no one's an expert yet, so we can't follow the expert.
Yep. I'm trained though.
Plus 5.
I'm trying so hard.
I really don't know what devil deal Alex made for these dice, but
I'm so sorry, everybody.
I think I have to be loyal to these dice for the rest of this game.
I'm
gonna
trying
chop
to
your
be
fucking
loyal and
feet
it's not
off.
working. I'm trying so hard.
You should have foreseen this and used your session whatever.
Oh, yeah. Well, this probably isn't the most important stealth.
That depends if a bunch of mercenaries are gonna, like, come out here and fuck with us.
Yeah.
I am trying to do math so hard. Oh,
If you type it in the URL bar of your browser, it should math for you.
Really?
If you do basic, like, subtraction and addition, your browser will, URL will actually do it.
Huh. Yeah, that's cool.
fun weird cheats Anima made me learn. Fucking Anima. So much math.
25's right.
Let's go. I could do basic addition after like 2 minutes. I'm thinking real hard about it.
Alrighty. So, you guys head out into the dark. I don't have, I can show you guys a sneak peek of the map. I was making the map like a top-down version, and I have a dark version, and it looks pretty cool. I'll show you guys. But it's not done. So, Ooh, give me a second.
And it looks like it's fine. Literally everybody else rolled so well that I think we, like, even with the 1 average, unless Gray says nat 1 immediately undoes everything we do, I think we should be fine.
I mean, I balanced it with a nat 20, right?
Hopefully. I'll have Desdemona schmooze our way out of it. If not, do my best.
There's actually an expert like stealth thing you can get later, which is pretty neat. Basically allows the person, as long as everybody's following them, to roll 1 stealth roll for the group. But you have to use the lowest characteristic modifier. So if somebody has like a +0 to their dex, you use that instead of your own dex.
Oh. That's odd.
But it does utilize your expertise and stuff like that. Team combo pack.
I just can't wait to hear how Desdemona fucks up the stealth. Do I drop an entire blanket full of small glass bottles on the ground and make a ton of noise? A mystery we will surely
never
soon.
mind. I was talking to myself. Never
Oh,
mind.
oops.
I forgot I wasn't on push, or I wasn't on voice activity. All right. So basically, no, because like Devin said, everyone rolled really well. So if anything, like your failure isn't like terrible. It's just you think it is. You can hear all of your clatterings and everything, and you're getting increasingly nervous that everyone else can hear it too.
Was that the sound of something breaking? Also, high five, Devin. We're so twinsies. Gray said you said it instead of me.
High five.
Oh, yeah. Here, look at it. It's the map. I got 3 buildings done, but that's like...
Hey.
So, most of the light is coming from the train station, this little area right here, and the tavern. There's no light coming from the church over here. There's no light coming from the smith. There's no lights around the around this, but there are lights that I'm going to add along the road, just because this does have those oil lamps that I was talking about, so it is lit at night. But certain buildings are not shining light.
Fancy.
That was all. I just wanted to show you guys my cool little thing, and then I could do this. And it's daytime.
I also enjoy the animated water that's in Dungeon Draft. It looks really pretty.
Oh, it's not bubbling right now, but yeah, it's a pond. It's not deep enough to be gulu. But yeah. Look, it's you.
Alright. And we sneak on out and perk our ears up to listen for unhinged wailing.
Oh boy. The quaint music stopped.
Yep. I could add a nighttime music one, but for now, this is just the map. So, where are you guys heading to find the wailing?
Well, I had kind of just imagined we'd walk about until we start hearing it, and then from there we can start trying to triangulate where it was actually coming from.
We'll probably keep on the stealth, just so we don't draw too much attention, but yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe hit up the area near the shop first, just to like clear any suspicions or what's the other way? Confirm.
Alright. So, if that's what you guys want to do, go ahead and move your token around there, and I will let you know. Can I have you guys roll perceptions, though?
We're still in the bar, by the way.
Oh, never mind. I moved my map, but not your map.
Ah.
No wonder why I didn't hear the...
You said perceptions?
Yeah.
Should I use a different dice, or should I try and stick true to this one that keeps on screwing me over?
Stick to it. That's my... Once it screws you over for 2 games in a row, not 2 rolls, 2 games, then it goes to jail forever.
You know, funnily enough, despite my immense dice collection, I do not actually believe in dice jail. But Godspeed to you.
What are we doing?
Elf. No, perception. I lied.
Perception.
Everyone?
If you're paying attention.
18. Shouldn't die. +5.
Oh, yucky.
I rolled not the best I've rolled this session.
I rolled the best I've rolled this campaign.
Oh,
Not really, but close.
I have the sinking feeling, though, that I'm going to absolutely eat shit in combat as the great balance to my rolls.
It'll be alright.
I just
One-
came back from the
one fear.
restroom. What did I miss?
doing a perception check. Because we've crept out of the inn and are going around listening for the voice. Or the wailing, rather.
Desdemona, have you used your session silver yet?
I have not. But, I mean, 19 seems okay.
Yeah, well, you can't roll it after the fact,
Yeah.
but I was just checking because I remembered to delete Thatcher's bronze.
I'm gonna take out my fancy dice to hopefully remind me.
Alright. Seems pretty quiet. Except Mal. You notice while you all are sneaking across the street, kind of staying out of the shadows, you creep past the door of the general store. You pause for a moment, taking in a careful listen, and you hear hushed sounds, almost shushing, and a soft crying. It's coming from above you.
Mel reaches out to the nearest and pinches the edge of the sleeve, tugging to get their attention. Watches it kind of tumble through the group until everyone looks their way. They bring up a finger to tap the back of the shell of their ear, and then point to the upstairs, the general store.
Desdemona, you're the first to, once you get a little bit of a tip-off, you're able to hear exactly what I described, the shushing and the quiet weeping. It's like, you know how when someone's trying to like quietly cry?
Desdemona's ear kind of like flicks up a little bit in the first display of ear movement that anybody's probably seen. And then looks over to Mal and gives a nod.
And in order of your perception is when you clue into it, but everyone after, Hazel, you're the last to hear. Everyone after a moment is able to kind of focus and hear it. Mal was impressively able to hear it first.
Listening closer, does it seem like it's somebody shushing a child or another adult consoling another?
The crying itself doesn't seem to have much of like that childlike tone, if that makes sense. So it sounds like to adults.
Could we try and send someone up to listen in a bit more closely?
We mostly just want to confirm that it's not, say, the husband comforting his wife, and that it's actually the witch there as well.
So do we stay here for now?
Since Mel is fairly quiet and stealthy, can I kind of case around the general store and see if there's better ways than the front door to get in? And also, I guess we'll probably all just be keeping an eye out, or an ear out rather, for the crying to like get any worse, because we probably want to do that before like any actual wailing starts.
Okie doke. Go ahead. I'm not gonna make you roll anything because it's pretty simple to look around. I am gonna change the scene to something just a bit more eerie. Just pretend that instead of a graveyard mausoleum, that this is the general store, because it looks much better and sounds much better than everything else that we've been. So it kind of sets the vibe a little better. Just again, pretend that's the general store.
While Mal is casing, I think I'll use this opportunity to kind of set up my second lead with pursue a lead.
Okie doke. Alright. So, Mal, upon looking, you do see two things. One, you see a back door. And two, you see the back door seems to lead, it's another entrance into the store. but you see a third entrance. It is on the side, and it leads up to the second story. It's kind of like a front door for the second story, if that, you know how those kind of buildings are.
Yeah. Mal will actually go ahead and kind of creep up and listen at the door to try and get more information before going back and gathering the party.
Funnily enough, the crying seems to not be coming from the other side of this door. It comes from even farther up.
Is this place big enough for a third story or an attic?
Probably an attic.
They're on the
Not
roof,
quite.
stargazing and crying. It's just
That's
all
much
so
better.
beautiful.
Exactly. I'm glad you understand. It's just a beautiful couple trying to enjoy their childless life. But, there is... Do you dare take a peek? Because the door is closed, but there are, like, various windows and other, like, little peeky areas right there where the door is. It's
No, that
dangerous.
would be pushing it.
Okay.
And without backup. So, Mal will creep back down the stairs to the side, like staircase, go and fetch the party, and quietly. There's a door that will get us to the second story, bypassing the first. But it seems they're further up. We'll have to find a way to the attic.
All right, then. Were you able to confirm that it was who we're looking for?
No, but considering it's up in the attic, there's not really going to be a way. It would seem strange, though, for if it was just the husband and his wife upset about his sister to
That would
be up in the attic.
that makes sense.
Is it advisable to break into the house, though?
Any of you have lockpicks?
I do. In fact, when you first met him, you utilized a lockpick.
Yeah, I was staring at you.
All right. Well, we'll have to sneak carefully then.
I've said it before, but onwards and upwards.
And are we utilizing our stealths from before?
Yeah. No need to reroll.
All right. And are we considering these exploration activities?
Yeah.
All right. So anybody who rolled lower than their passive in stealth, you would move up to your passive stealth, which will be a 10 plus whatever your stealth is.
Okay.
Anybody who rolled above, you get the higher number.
Congratulations. As you escape your nat 1 stealth.
Yep.
Says the man.
That
That one
is
stealth was only for in the tavern, and that was all mental. So you have a 15.
The party average stands. Here. Slams gavel.
You're here.
All right. Well, Davdak will follow you to the door that needs lockpicking.
So, you guys approach the door. It's one of those doors that have like the glass at the top. So if you wanted to extend yourself fully now, you might have a chance to peek in through the top of the door. Although the glass is frosted, it would be a little difficult to see through. But with a high enough perception, you might be able to make out what is on the other side.
I guess while that sets up to lockpick, I could do a little side peek in just to make sure there's not like an open door right there.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead and roll a perception to see if you can make it out through the glass.
Or, you know, like a fucking loaded crossbow.
Yeah,
Or like a
And or gun.
shotgun.
or like a dog.
I mean,
just a rat.
Like a demon.
Yeah, a demon dog. Just...
I am increasingly worried about my rolls during the combat, because that was another really good one.
Oh no. So.
I see all.
You see. Luckily, nothing. Except it's either in the living room area. Either there's a coat on a chair or there's a person. You can't really make it out. It's the glass, I'm telling you. But whatever it isn't moving. At all. Not even a little bit.
Either there's a coat on the couch or the husband's asleep in there.
We'll have to do this extra quiet then. All
Can
right.
Hazel quickly check to make sure there's no traps or anything that would give any indication that someone will hear the door open?
You can check for traps, yeah. I believe that's something that you can do as an exploration activity as well. Right, Devin?
It's not so much an exploration activity, but you can just do a quick search of the door if you'd like.
What would that
Yeah,
be?
Devin knows the rules.
Perception?
That would be a perception, yes.
That is.
And then if you have like trap finder or something, it would apply here, I believe.
No, I got a 24 though.
The door is not trapped.
With that roll, like it's less of checking
You're
for
fairly
traps, more
certain.
like more of can I tell if it's gonna be squeaky or if there's a bell somewhere nearby?
You take a look at the where the door and the wall meet. Unfortunately, the hinges are located on the inside, so you're not going to be able to tell whether or not they're squeaky. But it's not all rusted. That helps.
Okay.
All right. And depending on the how sophisticated this lock is, this could take multiple checks or just one. That's up to you, GM.
It's a door. It's just a front door. It's not too complicated.
That's fair. My underworld investigator, I think, will help at this point because we're investigating the crying. So I'll get a +1 circumstance bonus. And this door is probably pretty important, so I will use the bronze.
Ooh, smart, smart.
Let me see, thievery. Okay.
Oh, wait. One more thing before you unlock it.
What's that?
Can we look through the little looking glass that we have to make sure that there's no, spells or anything on the door?
Oh, that is a good idea.
Probably fair.
Desdemona will pull out the thing and just kind of do a scan.
There's at least one witch in the house.
Yeah. I was thinking to myself, because I was looking through the exploration activities, and one of the exploration actions or activities, and one of them was detect magic. I was like, can I just do that? But it said I needed the spell, but we have a thing that might be able to do that.
Fair.
Alright, take a look.
Am I perceptioning? Or do I just see?
Just look.
Okay.
You see the dead babies on your shoulders. You see the one on Davdak, and thank goodness you don't see anything on the door.
I will also just look like up, down, around behind us. Is there any weird magic hanging around the house that we can see?
Do you peek through that little, like, thing that Mal peeked through?
If we're looking for stuff, probably yeah.
Okay. You do see something. That jacket? Latent magical energy. Just chilling right there.
Can I ascertain the type, or is it just like magical residue?
It's just magical.
Desdemona will like peek back down underneath the like peephole thing and kind of lean down to everybody else. That the jacket, the Fluid Mansion, it was sitting on or like draped over like a couch, or not a couch, like a chair, right?
Yeah, it was like something in a chair. It's
Yeah.
either someone asleep or a jacket or something. Some dark figure is right there.
Okay. Whatever was sitting on that chair y'all saw, there's something going on. There's some kind of magical aura emanating from it. I can't tell what kind.
And the looking glass is not like it's not like um, you would think detect magic works in D&D. No, this just shows you where magic is, not what kind of
Okay.
magic, not what it does. It's just
All right.
magic yes, magic no. And if
Okay.
it's kind of like a sight into the magical, like whatever magical plane exists. So while you see dead babies, you might also just see like a magic rune sitting somewhere. It's not to tell you what the rune does, but the fact that it's there.
All right.
And real quick, can Hazel do a perception check to make sure that nobody's like looking at them?
Yeah.
Alright.
Alright,
That's
Davdak, roll me 2 checks. Because you're right, I looked it up. Roll me 2 checks. We'll call this a porlock.
All right. So the first one with the bronze. Okay. That.
Also, Hazel, it seems like there's no one watching you. Alright, you passed the first check.
All
Thank
right.
goodness.
Second one without the bronze.
No.
It's kind of a rough roll. It's okay. Doesn't mean I can't continue. It just means it'll take this a little bit longer. Unless I crit fail, in which case that's bad.
Doesn't pass.
So I need another one.
You hear an unsuccessful click. I think everyone like turns for a second, like what? I would.
We
I'd
all
be
just
like, what?
like jump. Noise.
Yeah, you can try again.
Alrighty. That's a much better one.
It's alright. Just trust the process.
That's 23.
All right. You hear a soft as you're able to turn the lock in its place and unlock the door.
Okay. Seems to be done.
I don't know. believe the plan was to send, essentially either me or Davdak in, us two being the two non-human looking folks, to
I think regardless if you're human looking or not, we're kind of breaking into a house and it's not going to be friendly either way.
well, yeah, but
Might be best to maybe just confirm and then maybe confront in the morning.
While you guys are discussing this, you hear a deep gasp and then more sobbing come from above you. It's the kind of like where they're trying to catch their breath and they gasp, so it puts all of you on edge for a moment, and then but the crying is starting to grow a little bit louder. The shushing more. Shh, 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 shh.
just go sending someone up to check who's that gonna be.
I can give it a go. Unless somebody else wants to.
My only qualm with that is that if it is her, and if you do get caught, you would be a familiar face from the town that threw her out. I'm not entirely sure that would be a good idea.
I got you. I'll just watch Little Flit here then. If somebody else wants to take the lead.
Hazel's pretty good at stealth, but the player is so afraid of fucking everything over that I don't know if I should nominate Hazel.
You can do it. We believe in you.
Do it.
You'll never know if you don't try.
If you fail and we fight, we get XP when we win. Haha.
Hazel speaks up and says, I have some experience with being sneaky.
No. As long as you feel like you could do it, man. I'd say go ahead.
DM, would it be cheating to just send my friend in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, that doesn't stop you from cheating in D&D games.
Yeah.
If you have a class tool, then you might as well use it. But I also don't know the nature of your little friend, so.
Yeah.
But it's either you or your little friend, or it's me and my little friend. But my little friend is a gun.
Yeah. So Hazel, honestly, you can do whatever you want.
What makes for a cool story?
Well, if that's the case, I'm gonna send in my dead baby then.
Bad idea. Bad idea.
Hazel,
Just violent
No.
sobbing.
Hazel just Hazel just offered to go in and is waiting for the group decision.
All right, if you feel comfortable.
Yeah,
Any magic that you can provide to support with this, Thatcher?
looks at two hands that are empty. Uh,
Flit gives you 2 high fives. Like 2 low fives, I should say. Hiya.
They're so crisp and perfect that they give us away and we all get killed.
Nope, there's not much that I can do. Mine is usually my spells are more for social situations, and they act more on like instinct than anything.
No worries. Just figured I'd ask.
You can see that Thatcher's like super nervous, like he doesn't like to be sneaking around.
Uh, Devdeck does look over to Hazel though, and it's just like, just remember, you're only going in there to confirm. Don't confront if you can help it.
Hazel nods.
But if things do go bad, we do have your back. Right?
Hopefully that won't be necessary.
For sure.
All right.
Pulls out the piece from his holster. Yeah, we got you. We got you.
I guess let's do this.
Do it.
All right. The door opens inwards.
Damn. If I was playing a different character, I could have given you a pep talk and given you a +1.
So, like I said, the door opens inwards. You turn the handle and you slowly sneak in. Roll me a stealth. A new one, for this situation specifically.
That is 25.
Alright. You successfully sneak in so far. Where do you look?
Looking everywhere, basically. Well, keeping an eye out to make sure no one's nearby, but looking for just the where I'm supposed to go.
Alright. You see someone. That chair they were talking about? You see sitting with his side to you, facing, another chair. The husband. He sits in the chair, unmoving, staring at the wall ahead of him.
That
Like-
latent magic.
Like, oh,
He does not react to your presence. He doesn't even turn his head. He simply sits there, staring. An empty bowl of food sitting beside him. And no, he is not asleep.
that. Hazel's just gonna panic and look at her friend. And
He just kind of he makes a motion towards you, like, come on, keep going.
she calms a little bit with that and continues on.
We were right about the stuff with the husband being fucky.
Most of
Yep.
them.
That or he's just a really weird sleeper.
I mean, the combination of the latent magic on him. I don't know. It's got a weird vibe.
I don't know, it could just be have a fancy magic jacket.
Is
That he
just a
sleeps
little-
in with his eyes open.
He just got
She's
a little
just-
sleepy after eating.
They're just giving her husband a +1 to AC. It's fine.
Yeah.
Is he blinking from what Hazel can see?
Occasionally. Not as often as he should be.
Totally normal.
Anyways, looking towards the back of the house, past the kitchen, there is a one of those pull down attic like thingies that has been pulled down.
So it's down right now.
Mm-hmm.
I guess Hazel's gonna take. I don't want to peek my head up and be like directly in the line of sight of them.
Well, you a little voice of a little friend says, "Since we know the coast is clear, we can tell everyone else."
Okay, Hazel nods and starts heading back.
There you go. Your heading back is not very far. It's just a single level like little living area.
Hazel's a little unconfident, guys. Sorry.
It's alright.
It was your first big step, though. You did good.
Big
And next
steppy.
time, we're going to split the party entirely where we can't rejoin, and it will be the Hazel show.
The Hazel Show. The Hazel Show. La di
The
da da
Hazel
da
and
da.
Friend show.
Yeah. But yeah, Mal gives you the lifted eyebrow of yes. It doesn't say anything when you creep back.
Hazel explains what they saw about the husband's sitting unmoving and blinking not as often as he should, and there is a pull down attic that is currently pulled down.
What is that thing
Alright.
called?
I don't know.
It's like Foldistair. That's it. That's what it is now. It's the Foldistair is pulled down. You
Then
don't have to call
Hazel
it that.
speaks
It's
up
an
and says, "I
attic
didn't want to."
hatch or an access door.
Want to see a
Access door.
scuttle attic?
Scuttle attic.
Hazel just speaks up and says, "I didn't want to pop my head up into the attic and be directly in line of sight, so I came back. The
That's fair.
coast is clear for this floor, though, it seems."
Does anyone have a mirror?
Everybody looks at you.
Yeah, it looks immediately at Desdemona as a magic mirror.
Wasn't it? Is
It's
I
not a
thought we
mirror
had made
anymore.
it to. Yeah, I thought we had made it into a looking glass, right?
Yeah, it was a
So
looking
it's like
glass. It's
a.
not a mirror anymore.
For
So
out of
does anybody
everyone
have?
to have a mirror.
I looked through my whole list of esoteric items that I wrote down, and none of them are mirrors.
I'll leave it to the
Loser.
GM if I have a mirror for styling people's beards or whatnot.
Eh,
At most, it's gonna be a little compact.
Hmm.
how lucky do you feel, punk?
Roll for it.
Pretty lucky.
No,
Oh,
you were 2 off.
dang.
Pretty lucky though.
Yeah, you were close.
I'm sorry, the best reflective surface I got is maybe the blade of my shears, but that's nothing to go off of.
Um, hmm. Knew I should have taken a shower to that mirror. We didn't end up breaking it, did we? A topic for another time. I suppose someone's gonna have to take a look, huh?
Hazel's gonna look around a little nervously.
Alright, I'll go take a look. Kind of small. Maybe I will be less seen if I peek over.
All right. If uh if they do see you, I just say you're a concerned neighbor who heard crying. And maybe not neighbor, concerned citizen.
Perhaps.
Oh, good luck.
Alright, he's gonna try sneaking in.
Alright, roll me a stealth.
So sad my underworld lore doesn't help with this.
Oh, cry.
Ooh, but that's pretty good.
Oh, I love the sound of that. Nice.
I owe Alex a lot, by the way.
Good. You know he'd love to hear that. But yes, so you sneak inside and you see exactly what Hazel saw, which is the husband, unmoving. His breathing seems steady, but like I said, his blinking is sparse. He seems to be almost dazed. You turn and you look to the back of the house. There's the pull down steps that Hazel spoke of. You hear faint. The shushing and crying isn't as faint as it seems to be coming from above.
Does the husband seem medically alright?
Medically, he seems fine.
Okay.
He's just dazed.
Probably something to do with the magical cloak for sure. Alright. You'll
I feel weird letting Davdak go in alone if he's actually going up the stairs. So they are going to shadow in after him. They're not going up the fucking attic hatch until he's up there, but in the event he stumbles down and is attacked by a fucking witch, they will actually follow him in.
If you want to give me your stealth as well. But you can just type it in. I'll judge that in a minute. So Davdak, you make your way up the stairs.
Alright. He makes his way over there. It's very light steps comparatively to a lot of people in the group. Just slowly making his way up.
You are about to take a step when you realize there's a slight, like right when you start to put pressure down, you feel that there's going to be a squeak, and you move your foot more towards the edge of the stair where it won't squeak. So you're like, your stealth is good. You're doing good.
I hope so.
I'm just like, yeah, you're good. But so you sneak up and you see a strange sight. You see the back of a woman, not quite like Joanna, but she seems younger, fairer, more thin frame. The woman sitting in front of her, she does not seem to be 50s. No, she seems to be in her 30s instead. But looking at her, something seems very familiar. That night that was burned into your mind, you can tell that they are the same person, but she seems so much younger here. It's strange. You have a moment of until she sobs quietly. You hear the sister with her back towards you. She says, Meridnor, please. There are adventurers in town. They will hear you. She goes and she drops her hands from her face and she looks up at her sister. As she does so, she catches a glimpse of you. Her eyes fall on you, and she freezes. Tears streaming down her face. The sister then begins to turn. What do you do?
As he's very much caught at this point, he just kind of raises a hand, like trying to signify that he's not here to harm them.
It's unarmed.
When they lay eyes on you, both of them age immediately. Joanna goes back to being 33, and the younger woman turns back to the age 50s. And all you hear is a piercing scream. And roll me a will save.
Okay, that's one of the better choices.
I assume we all hear this scream.
Yes. How close behind are you, Mal?
Mal's at the base of the stairs.
Okay. I want you to roll me a will save too. Yes, just roll me a will save. I'll do the math. The rest
Okay,
of you are
take
fine,
those.
Oh boy!
but you hear like this shattering scream. You see the windows on like the attic, for those of you still standing outside, shake.
Glad they're going for my stronger will save. That's a plus.
At the scream, Hazel, like, covers their ears and, like, immediately falls into a little ball on the floor for a few minutes. Or not a few minutes, but a few moments.
If Hazel is standing near enough to Desdemona for her to cry, she's going to try and catch Hazel as they fall.
All right. Mal, you get the condition stunned 2.
Oof, not great, but not horrible. It just means that 2 of your next 3 actions is gone.
Out of everything you were expecting, Mal, the scream was not it.
Yeah, I expected either, like, you know, they'd immediately open up and attack him, or he'd do it like a, can we talk? Not immediately shrieking.
True. How did I fare?
You are not stunned. You actually passed. You are unaffected.
Okay, so that's a saver
I'm
side.
worried if a 26 wasn't enough, buddy.
To be fair, a success can still come with repercussions.
Yes. The save was a 25. I made it. And so critical failure from Mal. Or else I would have made it just a 1 stun. But I didn't. I'm still learning how bad like these conditions are, so bear with me. I don't wanna mess with you guys too much in a dire situation. Anyways, so when this happens, I'm gonna need everyone to roll initiative. Because guess what happens downstairs?
And
Oh,
For flavor, should I say Hazel rolls with disadvantage?
You don't have to. But if you want, you can also take your one of your actions will be probably standing up. So you can take
Okay.
that in mind too.
I will say, because a lot of you were stealthing at the time, uh, in situations where you were using an action beforehand, you can actually use as an alternative to your initiative. Usually you would do perception, but in this case, everybody could use their stealth if they so wanted to. I'm
so
probably gonna
we
stick
could-
with perception, but
so just to be clear, is that we would use the stealth that we like the stealth roll that we had before, or we would use our stealth as our bonus for our initiative?
your stealth would be used as your bonus.
Okay.
Unless you want to keep up with your perception, like if you like your perception better. But there's also situations like if you like grabbed somebody before a fight, you could use athletics for your initiative and stuff like that. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Alrighty then.
I'll stick with perception because it is much better than my stealth.
Oh boy! Oh.
I'm gonna pay for this later down the line. I can tell.
I considered using my silver and I didn't. I regret it.
These dice are also gonna come back to haunt me. I don't like it.
Is initiative similar to D&D where you would add your dex?
No, you add your perception unless you want to
Oh.
use your stealth, in which case you would use your stealth.
Yeah.
Oh, I have a zero initiative.
You shouldn't. As a rogue, I think you have expert perception. So even if you have a 0 in your wisdom, you should have at a minimal a +5.
My sheet just says like 0 initiative.
Weird.
So
And
Devin,
I'll
oh, I'm
I'll
sorry.
ask about this later.
No worries.
What's
I was
your
gonna say, just to be clear, so you add your perception to your D20 roll, and then I have incredible initiative as a general feat, and that gives me a +2, so I add that as well, correct?
Correct. You get that as a circumstance bonus. So if you were to get a
Cool.
circumstance bonus from anywhere else, you would take the higher of the two.
Okay. Wait, I'm sorry. That I thought I processed that, but I didn't. So I get the +2 from circumstance, or how does that work again? Sorry, explain it to me.
So the one that you have is incredible initiative, right? Which gives you a +2 circumstance bonus to initiatives. So you would add your perception, but you would also add that +2 on top of it. Unless you want to
Oh,
use your stealth, in which case you would use your stealth and the +2.
oh,
Actually, let me double check. Incredible initiative. You just get a +2 circumstance bonus to initiative roll. So it doesn't matter what you roll for your initiative. You would get that +2 still.
oh, awesome. Okay, well, I'm definitely gonna take that because that gives me a +8.
Pretty good.
all right? Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Just need Mal's and Thatcher's initiative.
Sorry, I was busy going through all the stages of grief.
Oh, it's
Oh.
okay.
Did it finally come back to haunt you?
Oh. Oh no.
It's been slowly. It degraded really quick. I went from a 12 to a 5 to a 2.
Yeah, you guys can thank Cameron for that one. I was watching some stuff about Pathfinder, and he was like, "Yeah, take a incredible initiative as a sorcerer. You'll thank me later." And I'm absolutely thanking him right now.
It's really good. It's actually one of the feats that fighters get innately when they hit level 7. Funny enough.
Oh, that's sick.
Well, kind of. They can only use perception for it, is the trade off.
Oh, all right. So, just as an example, while Gray does their stuff, if I were to have used my stealth bonus, I still get that initiative +2, right?
Correct. Because it just
Ooh.
says on initiative rolls, it doesn't say on anything specific.
Ah, okay. Wow. So the just +2 for okay. Awesome.
It's really good.
So,
Thank you, Cameron, if you're watching.
he's not. So, Davdak. You hear the creaking of floorboards beneath as Ornell stands. But you have the first initiative. So, what do you do?
Oh, fuck. uh, oh, that is such a good question. I guess I could try. There's no guarantee this is gonna work though. Having put up his hands, he's like, please, please, we're not here to fight. We're just here to try and help if we can. I sorry that we stumbled across you in this particular moment, but we mean you no harm, and I'm gonna try to use a diplomacy.
Oh, if you're looking around the room while saying this, you notice there is another large mirror on the wall. Or not on the wall, it's kind of like you can see the roof, like it's one of those like attics that take the shape of the roof. So on the opposite wall, where the roof comes to a point, like on the floor, tilted slightly upwards, is the mirror. On the floor, you see similar circles to the ones that were in Mariah's basement. And you see various plants around this room. Not potions, but plants.
Makes sense. The sister was more of a herbologist, her herbal person. All right.
Wait, can you see in the mirror from your angle?
The mirror is pointed slightly upwards. It's not hanging on the
Okay.
wall. It's like leaning against the wall.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure, but making sure. You could.
Well, he's gonna try diplomacy. Let's see how this goes. Oh no. Told you it was gonna come back to haunt me.
Oh boy.
Which I guarantee is probably much lower than their oh god, what is it? I think it's either perception or will save to try and like have a better presentation of yourself.
She goes, and the one who is sitting on the floor, who you now see is Mariah herself, she stands, and you see on her wrist there is still rope burn. There's still signs of everything that happened to her mere nights ago. She looks at you, and she says, "How dare you Stand before me. I know who you are. I see them there. And she says, Kazira sits with you now, and you say you're here for nothing. And for those taking notes, Prizira is spelled Prizira.
Could you spell it one more time?
Okay, that is Prizira. As you see Joanna take a glance over her shoulder and just kind of like square her shoulders and prepare to protect her sister. Is that all you do? This is all just like out of turn stuff that they're not really doing much.
Yeah, it's just answering to the diplomacy. I gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
He kind of pales a bit. Things are not going well. He will break line of sight at the very least. He will climb down the ladder.
He runs away.
To
About
be fair, did we expect it to immediately go well?
no.
So I'm like, you know what? That's right. You said 3 words. Maybe I should chill. But that is also fair for your ability to stay alive.
Yep. How much of a climb is the stairs, would you say?
I'd say it's not a super high ceiling, but I'd say probably 8 to 9 feet. So we still use 5-foot squares in Pathfinder, right?
Yep.
We'll just say 10, round up.
Okay, and then I'm climbing on a staircase without a climbing speed, so we'll cut my movement in half. So with that one action, I can just get down the ladder.
Oh no.
And then with his final action, he's like, I don't think things are going to go well. As he begins to run, he sees the husband standing up. And it's like, fuck.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah, and when the husband stands up, his shoulders are slumped and his head is kind of like he looks like an undead, but he's alive.
Was he wearing that coat earlier?
It's not a coat that's magical. He just looked like a coat. It's just him. He's just this way.
Oh boy.
He might be a golem or something.
He's not even a real boy.
Well, he's not going to abandon Maul. So he'll kind of position himself, moving forward and kind of drawing the shears to defend himself. But you can all now see him, I guess, from your all's vantage point, kind of staring at the husband. That's my turn, though. That's all 3 actions. That was a diplomacy, climb down the ladder, move, and draw my weapon. Oh, I guess I should ask, are we using Cam's like adjustments to rules? Like if you move, you can also draw a weapon as a free action?
Oh, yeah, that makes total sense to me.
Okay.
I don't see why drawing shouldn't be a free action. Even if you... I see. Yeah, okay. Moving, drawing, free action. Yeah.
All right.
I had to think about that for a moment in Pathfinder. Brain.
You're not doing anything else when you're moving. Might as well pull again. Or
Yeah.
in your case, scissors.
Fair.
So, you all, next in order is Thatcher. You see Davdak go, oh no, you heard the scream. And Davdak seems to be preparing for something. Something sketchy.
Where am I in relation to everybody again? That
You're
I was
outside of
preparing.
the door. So you are not inside of the home. You're outside of the door with Hazel, Desdemona, and Flit. And Flit's just like his little eyes. He's like, oh no. He does
It
ask
needs
you
to stay
on your
outside.
turn. He asks, should I hide?
Yeah, go on and hide. Don't let anybody see you, and don't come out till we say the coast is clear.
He flies up on top of the roof, looking down at you. Probably safest place boy could be.
Thatcher heard the thud of Mal falling, correct?
Mal did not fall.
Hazel did.
Hazel fell.
Oh, Hazel, my bad. Sorry. I was looking at all my stuff because I was like, is there anything I could do in this situation? Um, so Hazel's the one that's stunned, correct?
Mal is stunned. Hazel's just overwhelmed by sound. Hazel next to you, kind of crumpled down, does not seem to be actually affected, just flavor stuff. And then Mal, on the other hand, is inside. I don't think you can see them. And yeah, but Mal is the one that is stunned. If you take a step inside or a peek inside, you will be able to see that Mal is like. By the way, that's what stun sounds like.
Yeah.
Stun sounds like one hand over an ear, the other one on a gun, both eyes squinted shut in pain, barely cracks one open as Davdak stumbles down the stairs and draws fucking skizzers.
Snip, snip.
Work
Yeah,
what you
well,
have with what you have.
Thatcher's gonna. I feel like he would like figure that something's going wrong, like he could feel it in the air.
I mean, from the
Uh,
scream alone, probably.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, he's gonna rush inside. He's gonna go inside and he's gonna see all that, and then I feel like instinctively he feel like he'd be in danger, and he'd unintentionally cast mage armor on himself, which is 2 actions, I believe. Correct? Yeah, that's 2 actions. Yeah, yeah. Mage armor takes 2 actions, and the movement costs 1 action, right?
Yep, yep.
Oh, and then I'm also gonna draw my weapon because yeah, after seeing everything that's going on in there and everything going to crap, yeah, that's just gonna get ready. Yeah, yeah, that's fine.
Okay, cool. I told him you draw while you move, but I turned instead of saying it into the mic. Okay. So, next on our initiative is Ornell. He takes a step forward. His head kind of turns quickly as he looks at all three of you. He sees you, Davdak, as you are the closest. And he takes a few steps towards you. Now, he reaches, while moving, he reaches onto his hip and he pulls out a dagger.
Oh shit.
You have a loose string on your sleeve. Hold on, let him get that.
He's super nice, right? He's not gonna hurt you. He is going to try to attack you. Okay, does a 13 hit?
No, it misses, thankfully.
Cool. So he misses. He he swings and he swings wide. And he slumps his head forward a little bit. And he starts to kind of how do I explain this? He kind of powers down a little bit. But then you hear a very soft Ornell, I think we have an unwanted guest. And his head picks up once more. And you see his eyes turn completely white. And then he goes into a frenzy. And he attacks again.
Boy.
This is an agile weapon, so he only has a -4 instead of a -5.
Okay. So that means he gets a... does he still get the bonus, or is it you minus that from the bonus, or is it just a flat minus?
It's just a flat -4. It's
Okay.
it's the multi-attack penalty basically.
Okay, I was just checking because he's got a bonus to attack, and I was like, is the minus from the bonus, or is it just no bonus, only minus? My brain, I'm wrapping around this. All right, so he gets another 13, but he seems to be ready to continue on. He has no more actions.
Oh dear.
And I'll tell you what monster stat I'm using for him afterwards.
No worries.
Next is Hazel. Wait, hold on. Yes, next is Hazel. I was making sure I didn't see Desdemona written down, so I was like, wait! But I just realized it's after Hazel.
Hazel's gonna stand up, and there's not much they can do without straight up attacking, which they don't know if we're doing yet, so they're just gonna not do anything their turn.
Got it. So, give me a second. All right. So, next, I'm sorry, Hazel. What did you do? You stood using one action.
Hazel can't really do anything other than just straight up attack, and they don't know if they're doing that yet, so they're just not doing anything their turn.
Okay. I was like, you
They're kind of
can
just
look
looking
inside
around.
and see or no, but if you want to just take a moment, you can. If so, next will be Desdemona.
Okay, so we're currently is the door open? Are we standing at the door with the door open?
Yeah. The door is
Okay.
open. Thatcher's inside. Davdak's inside. Mal's inside. Davdak's getting attacked.
Okay.
Wait, he got attacked, right? Like he straight up got like hit.
No, he
Okay.
got attacked. He didn't get hit, but like a dagger is being swung at him, just barely missing.
Okay, sorry. I'm looking through all my stuff and cuz we haven't needed to do combat. My bad.
So, um, Desdemona is going to step into the door and kind of cross her arms to either side, and from the scabbard on her left, she pulls out her big kukri, her big forward curving knife, and then with her other hand, so that I'm drawing the knife, like as part of my move action. Um, I can't find, or in my quick looking in preparation for my turn, I can't find whether or not I can draw or like what kind of action it takes to draw an implement, like as a thaumaturge.
We can say
Should I?
it's the same as drawing a weapon, and
Okay.
it's just while you're moving, you can draw it.
Okay, so then is drawing both my implement and weapon while I'm moving kosher, or will that take up an additional thing?
It would take another action because
Okay.
the way that Cam's thing works is if you move, you're able to draw one thing,
Okay.
and then you can just draw with another action if you'd like.
All right. Well, then yeah. So blade comes out along with my move action, and then Desdemona's wand. She reaches into the bundle of several different wands and pulls out her primary one that she had used to empower the looking glass. And then because the other wand that she's drawing at the same time as part of her esoterica, that comes out at the same time because you can pull those out at the same time and use them at the same time. So there's two wands in the other hand, one hand or blade in the other, and that's two actions. So she will walk up, to, just behind Davdak, and if she can just use her action to move or to try and move herself to interpose between Davdak and the husband. Is there a specific action I would use to do that, or would I just put myself there?
It's kind of hard just because he's right next to me. You'd have to do like a
Yeah.
shove action or something, I think.
Oh.
Which action economy probably I wouldn't do so.
Okay. You don't necessarily want to attack just yet, but it also did already attack Davdak. So Desdemona is just going to try and non-lethally attack the husband.
Very nice. And does your weapon have the non-lethal trait?
No. Can I not, I know
you can. It's just a -2 to the attack.
Okay. Alrighty. Okay. So -2 to just the attack, or to also the non-lethal damage afterwards.
Just the attack.
Okay. That is a 13.
Give me 1 second. Let me see. Unfortunately, a 13 will not hit.
All right. That's all right. But that is her turn. So Desdemona will have just kind of come up to stand next to the husband, and then do that.
All right. Afterwards, You hear movement upstairs. The shuffling of feet. Quickly you hear words being spoken. Hush. You hear, actually, Mal, you'll probably be able to hear them best. You are right next to the stairs after all. You hear them say quick parting words and a quick begging of, no, I won't leave you. What if... that's Mariah, by the way. And the sister says, no, Joanna. She says, Joanna says, you must. I'll protect you. No one else has. I'll protect you, sister. And, you hear a couple quick steps head towards the stairs. And, you see Joanna beginning to descend. You hear crying coming from upstairs, from in the attic. And then you hear Mariah begin saying a spell. Nothing has come of it yet. Mal. Boom, boom, stunned. But you have one more action. Joanna is behind you, and Dabdak and Desdemona are facing Ornell. What do you do?
As the fucking ringing subsides, Mal actually keeps a hand on their pistol for a moment, kind of turns around to face Joanna as she descends, looking up towards the open cellar attic door above. Before it's too late, we would prefer to talk. Please, spare us your sisters' lives.
Okay. Roll me a diplomacy.
I have a bronze, don't I?
Let me see. I think that was a session bronze. Because the recap bronze are deleted at the end of the game. But if you give me a really good speech, I'll give you a silver.
I kept it short because we're like in combat, but I can give you more if you would like. If there's a pause at the opening to do so.
Well, you are at the end of the initiative. No one else goes after you. So,
Alright, we'll
Your next-
basically do it under the veil of like as she's walking down the stairs, taking that time to.
you're still recovering from your dizziness as you're saying this.
Yeah, they're definitely a little off kilter. You both have your magics, and we have our weapons, but neither of us need use them. Let's speak honest, and spare either one of us losing our lives, or one of you, or more. Have not enough people been lost?
You would know of people being lost. My sister. She cries every night. Her children ripped from her, and you have their spirits upon you. And
We're
you
not
are
the only
troubled.
ones. The entire township, including their children, their elderly. People who weren't even there, sleep in their beds.
And where do you think she was that night?
Do you think I'm excusing the people who drug you out of your home and peaceful? They're in the wrong, and they should be punished for it. If you've done nothing, you've deserved nothing. But taking it out on every single one of them, they shake their heads. You prove them right. That the power is too great. And that all should be hunted because it's only a matter of time until they turn on us all. It's what they believe, and it's currently what I see.
She goes and she levels her gaze. She tilts her head back and kind of looks at you for a moment. Yeah, go ahead and roll me with that silver, with advantage. I've already pre-rolled her response.
And it was advantage.
Yep. Advantage diplomacy. See, Devin, I'm catching on. I'm just not the kind of person that learns by reading a book. It goes in one brain, out the other. And the brain being...
The first roll was in fact a nat 1, so...
Oh, thank goodness! Immediately smites you.
So 19 total for Hope, and keeping their promise that they would do their level best to keep it peaceful, and not having drawn the gun yet, but ready in case this goes poorly.
I forget. Are we playing with hero points or no?
Oh yeah, we are.
Okay.
I forgot.
What are hero points again?
It's 1 free silver, basically, a game. I forgot those even existed. Thank you, Devin.
No worries. Actually, it's more like a gold in a way. You can choose to re-roll a roll.
Oh,
Damn.
yeah.
Or
1 free gold.
the alternative that it can be used for is you can, if you would be knocked to 0 hit points, you can decide to be knocked to 1 instead, but you sacrifice it. So it has a couple of plays.
They're nifty.
So, she goes and she looks... she tilts her head back and she looks down at you. You see a flash come from above you. She says... from the attic as the words trail off. She goes and she looks at you and she says... Ornell, sit down. And he drops the dagger. His eyes return to normal. He walks back to his chair. He sits back down and stares at the wall. She sighs and brings her hand to her eyes as she just kind of rubs the bridge of her nose. She doesn't break her gaze on you. She's like watching you like a hawk. She's like, ugh. She kind of squints a little bit. And she goes, Fine. My sister may not forgive you. I definitely don't. But I can agree that bloodshed is not needed. I'd hate it if my husband got hurt. She says as she takes a couple steps to the side. Not taking her eyes off of you, Mal. Kind of.
They do the
back
same thing.
towards-
They're both like half circling each other, like eyes on the other.
She walks over to the dining table and she pulls out a chair and she sits down and then she motions for Mal to take a seat as well. And then she kind of glances for a moment over at Davdak and Thatcher, and you can bring your little friends inside too. But she has her back to the farthest wall, so anyone that moves inside of the house she can see.
Fair. Davdak has.
Go ahead.
Davdak has like a sign of good faith. Just puts the shears away. He doesn't want to aggravate anybody.
So, are we still in initiative order right now, or are we
Nope.
currently out?
Out of initiative now.
Okay.
For now.
There's a nice pause button on the initiative tracker.
Yeah, exactly.
Before anybody sits, I would like a gentleman's agreement. If we're going to speak, I'd ask that the child be left alone. In the event you decide to rescind your peace.
She furrows her brow for a moment and then she remembers Flit exists. She goes, "That's fine. He doesn't bear your sins."
Neither do the children there. They're very well. Looks to Thatcher and lets him decide whether to leave Flit up on the roof or fetch him, but irregardless, she should not bother him if anything else happens to us. And Mal will move to the table and sit down.
Davdak will kind of wave everybody else in and wander over and sit next to Maul.
Oh. Desdemona.
The table only seats 4. Someone's gonna have to stand.
Yeah.
Well, 2 people
was
are gonna
about-
have to stand.
I was about to say Hazel kind of like awkwardly just sits on the floor and curls on herself.
I think Desdemona is probably going to keep eyes on everything and come over and stand next to Hazel and just kind of lean against the wall. And she doesn't put her knife or her wands away.
All right. So, Thatcher, what do you do?
I'm gonna go up with everybody else. I will stand.
There's one empty seat at the table.
Is it closest to them or?
Yeah, she's sitting farthest at the wall. There's like 3 empty seats. It's probably one of the seats like between her and like Davdak, but like, I mean,
Absolutely not. Thatcher's absolutely gonna stand, and he's gonna stand closest to his friends.
or maybe between Mel and Joanna. I don't know, one of the two. You know what? I think Davdak would be sitting next to Joanna, and Mal would be sitting across. That's my new little picture in my head.
Fair enough.
But it's close enough.
Has Mariah come down, or is she gone?
There was a flash. She teleported.
I wasn't sure if we had confirmed that that was what happened.
We didn't confirm it, but if she is up there, I imagine us going up there would have immediately started the fight back up. It's likely that she's teleported or invisible currently. Mala's not going to push the temporary piece where we can at least get some information, even if it does still end in a fight.
I just wanted to clarify what the deal with her was. Please
Yeah,
go
no
on.
We
idea.
don't have confirmation.
So, Joanna sighs, and she says, "So, what is it you're trying to achieve?" And if you guys want to wait and think on that, we can stop the game right here because it is currently 11 o'clock and Andrew has work in the morning. And I'm a sleepy little baby.
That's fair.
I think our actual ask is going to be made, but this is going to be a longer conversation, so it is a good place to stop.
Yeah, even though I'd love to keep playing.
We're looking
know.
at like a minimum 30 and maybe at least 2 hour conversation.
Given how much I can run my fucking mouth, it's probably going to be a hot minute.
Yeah. So, yeah. I forgot what the last sentence I said was. Can you tell me so I can write it down? It was like, what is it you want, or, yeah.
What is it you're trying to accomplish?
Yeah. Cool, let's
This
go into
is-
post-game.
I'm stressing.
Nice job, everybody. Nobody took any damage in their first combat. Way to go.
Yeah. Thankfully, well, not thankfully, you guys probably would have been fine. When Ornell has been, put into that state, he is a cultist.
Ah.
Hence why he gets that frenzy.
I wouldn't want my husband to get hurt, turns him into a fucking zombie. Ma'am, he's not a kept pet. It's kind of fucked up.
What
Omni-Man
if he's
vibes for
into it?
real.
He might be into it, I guess. That's fair.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's always after those, like,
There's some weird
soft
shit out
GFs.
there. Godspeed.
But yeah, how did you guys like this session? The thematics, the lead up. How
It was
was
good.
it?
I'm panicking.
I had fun. There was a lot of character interaction this time that I enjoyed as well.
Yeah, me too. I felt like this was a very like beefy session. Like I was chewing on it. I liked it.
I was
It tastes
surprised.
like now.
I was surprised when I looked down and it was 11 o'clock. To be honest.
Yeah, those are the
You
best.
mean 2? 2
Oh
a.m.?
no.
It's one on my end. Not quite so bad, but
Okay. So let's get the experience doled out.
I never used my damn thingy. Is that silver a session silver or a permanent silver?
Permanent.
Oh, okay, good. I wasn't sure.
Okay.
It was not wasted. That's good. Oh,
Okay, hold on. Let me look at the thing. Okay. Where's the thingy?
My dang neck is absolutely killing me.
Slept on
Oh,
it
there we go.
wrong, or just unfortunate
I
circumstance?
don't know, because if it was just like, because it's been like this for a couple days, and I don't know what the deal is. Usually, if I sleep on my neck wrong, it's better by the next like sleep. But
I did the same thing to my shoulder, and it was like a week and a half before it stopped hurting. And
Ooh.
normally, like, when you sleep on something wrong, it's like a day of like ow and it's kind of sore, and then you wake up the next day and you're fine. No, it was like a solid week and a fucking half.
Yeah, I hope that's not what the deal is for me, because like it's like I can't quickly move my head right now.
I mean, the upside is at least it stopped. I was getting
Yeah,
really worried that I was gonna have to like go to physical
medical
therapy
help.
or something and like fix it.
It is sounding like you might have pulled something though.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right, who's got the bad luck award?
Mal, absolutely Mal.
Yeah, there were some rough rolls there for sure.
I mean, it balanced out the good ones, but I fucking knew it. I knew it was coming.
Gotta start getting bad rolls eventually.
Excellent recovery on on a stun too, though.
The advantage definitely helped.
That nat one would have been nasty.
Yeah, we'd be
All
getting
right.
our ass kicked. Our single collective
Alright.
ass.
No one dealt or took damage, but I would. I'd
Nope, just my
say.
eardrums.
Yeah, just your eardrums. I'm
A
sorry.
couple people's pride.
I like how Davdak was the one like that had the that had the worst of it, but like Mal just well to be fair, Mal wasn't expecting it, so that makes sense.
I'm also like straining my ears listening for what's going on up there, so like I mean it makes sense.
And
Like when somebody blows an air horn while you're playing a horror game. It's gonna hurt so much worse.
it hasn't come up yet, but like DevDeck has experienced war in all its glory, so
Oh boy.
Vietnam flashbacks.
yeah.
Okay, so do we want to nominate any players for a powerful moment?
Honestly, I really liked the character moment with Hazel, like kind of like volunteering themselves and then realizing that they may have bitten off more than they can chew. It's definitely not like oh, what's the word? I would say it's brave to be able to say, "Hey, I'm a little too scared to go forward right now."
Yeah, that
I
makes
liked it.
sense.
It was a good mix of both branching out and trying, and then also like correcting knowing like your current limits of your thing and being able to depend on the party and like coming back for the group. So that's a smart play.
Yeah, character development.
Can't wait for Hazel to not be such a unconfident coward.
I can't wait for us to finally have the conversation about what the fuck invisible thing is following you and why don't we why don't you explain to your current traveling companions what the fuck is also traveling with us?
True.
He's just a little guy.
He's just a little guy.
Mal hasn't shot you're just a little guy yet because they haven't done anything. But they're at all times ready.
Can we all in agreement say who was utility this session? Shut up.
I mean, that's kind of a tough one.
The lockpicking was a utility.
Yep.
That is true.
That's why I told Devin to shut up. Don't try to give it to someone else. Do we want to award anyone good idea?
I would say kind of looking with the mirror to see if there's any magical traps. That was a thing that I completely missed. I think Mal definitely deserves that one for sure.
Yeah.
Didn't Desdemona look with the looking glass?
I looked, but it was Mal's idea.
Oh, okay.
I just did it because I had it on me, or Desdemona had it on her.
Yeah, and you're tall.
Lol.
Gift to the party or curse to the world? Could be gift to humanity too. No, you cannot call it Flit or any of the NPCs.
Come
I was gonna
on.
say,
We
it's
had to have a
always
whole conversation
Flit.
with Flit about going home to your mom.
Yeah, that's always Flit. Flit's always the curse and the gift.
Okay.
Such are children.
I might
One
give
day
it
Flit's gonna
to
level up.
I might give it to Thatcher because it's such an interesting situation where like the kid of the group has to tell the other kid of the group, "Hey, you need to go home." And like it's a little bit of like a hypocritical thing, but it's just funny.
Yeah, come to think
Yeah,
of it.
but I did think about that earlier. Of like Thatcher, the one who ran away from home, telling the kid, "You can't run away from home." Mal looking at both of them, aware of this. You can't run away from home.
I think I think Thatcher would need to see Flit's living situation before he could say that, but it seems like his
I think we're in agreement there. Yeah.
his mom seems like because definitely my aunt and uncle weren't the best, and Thatcher deep down knows that.
Deep down, I think that's very surface. Your dad was, or your uncle was a flaming fucking racist.
I don't
All
know.
right,
I'm
are we
kind of
ready to be
abusive.
rewarded with your XP for the session?
Give unlimited power.
The award adds 10, right?
Yeah, says right there.
Okay.
Awards 10 per.
Okay. I'm blind.
I'm legally blind.
So Hazel, for this session, you would get 178.
Oh my god, you guys wouldn't believe it, but now I'm level 20.
Wow.
You're
That's the
right.
second time in
Don't believe it.
It's the second consecutive week you've used the joke.
I know. And next week it's gonna be even funnier.
I think I have to throw into Mal as well, just like being able to talk down the fight. Like it didn't. We weren't able to stop like the main one that we were trying to talk to leaving, but this is at least a good start to the groundwork of a conversation, for sure.
Yeah, I was gonna say that earlier, and then I totally forgot because we started talking about somebody else.
But yeah, by the way, I was 100% prepared to make this a full-blown fight and like have
I don't doubt that at all.
all of the fallback.
Zero
And I was
hesitation.
like, I was like, okay, I hope no one goes down because they're really strong. um,
Yeah.
but
People up, kind of.
I was like, I'm just gonna beat some people up and we'll see what happens. Cause sometimes parties surprise you, right? And then I was like, okay, well, due to the situation, if I give Mal a chance to talk, this might go well. So, I had Mal basically, the way that I looked at it was the next 2 turns were gonna be player turns, so that would give Mal enough like space to have a little like back and forth before Joanna's and Mal's turn comes again.
Oh man. I'm just glad that we were able to stop it like before any gunshots went off, because like that would have alerted many people, and then we would be
What
on a time.
about the window shaking scream? We haven't seen
Oh
the
yeah. Well, I mean,
complications
that's
from that yet.
to be fair, that's been happening. Maybe not that loud, but like people have been expecting like crying and wailing. So like that might go. Maybe. Who knows? But like gunshots are for sure like something's going down.
Oh, so that's what those super reactions are. Okay. Discord weird. Anyways.
It's
Yeah.
true.
Does anyone else have any extra nominations? Any special moments you'd want to highlight?
I,
No?
my, I, I forget. Like I remember what happened in the session, but I forget like the actual. Like you know what I mean? Like if I were to think about it, I would be able to tell. But like my brain is like I don't remember who did the things. I just remember that things
You're
happened.
you're writing the after session high. It's okay. I understand. Also, Devin, how did you like that whole scene about you seeing them up there? And they were all weird and strange and
And young.
yeah.
Weird and
was-
strange, aka they look like they're 20.
I was
Oh.
thinking she was like sapping everybody's youth.
Yeah, there was like a kind of thing like, is she just sapping like life from her sister as she like cries or whatever? And then it turned out the sister was also young, and then it was kind of like oh God, is it happening to the husband? But I didn't really see him look older, so maybe not.
Yeah.
It's interesting. It leaves a lot of questions, I would say for sure.
Good. Yes. Ugh, I love like I wrote all this stuff a long time ago, and to see it like start to come to fruition and start to bubble up to the surface just makes me really excited. So I'm sorry. I'm just like, yee! It
No,
makes me
how
happy.
dare the DM enjoy themselves? Tabletop is only for the players. Ignore that the cardinal rule of tabletop is you can only win if everybody's having fun.
I also love the whole thing with Zeke, the town drunk slash crazy person. Uh,
Oh yeah.
and because like I had written down like son of the town drunk was stolen by a mini dragon and guarded by giants in one of the nearby mines, and then like it was told that it
Nah,
was
he's just
actually
crazy.
yeah. I was like, wait a second, and I was like, gotta like type even more stuff to this and uncross it out and
Yeah, you're like, here's a quest. I guess we should go see whatever the fuck's going on. I mean, it's probably not a mini dragon in the mines guarded by giants, but I mean, like, something might have actually happened and this guy's just crazy and doesn't know how to articulate it. And then chick comes over and it's like, no, he's fucking crazy. He died 10 years ago. It's like, oh, okay. Cross that off the list. And then she's like, yeah, his son just kind of showed up dead in the middle of the street. That's kind of weird, bro. And it's like, you know what, now that I think about it, his wife died the same way, and then it's like, adds it back to the quest list.
I think there's a very good chance we're going to be talking to the retired sheriff at some point.
yeah.
I honestly, depending on how the conversation with Donna goes, it might also be asking her, like, by the way, I know, like, don't get too salty here, unless you don't want me to help anyone, just like we couldn't help your sister, but I mean, if you want us to change for the better and help people out, do you know anything about this crazy guy and his dead family members? Don't say you don't, or make a comment about not helping your sister, because then you're the shitty asshole.
Then you're the shit.
Then you deserve to have his kid and husband hanging off of your shoulders. Since that's the only reason, like, that's the only way we know how to deal with our problems.
It's by cursing people.
Including children who had nothing to do with it and were safely asleep at the time.
Of course. Of course.
But you're okay with not involving Flit in it, but I thought everybody who's even has slightly something to do with it should die. No, I don't want to hurt Flit. He didn't have anything to do with what's going on. Yeah, neither did any of those people in the town who didn't have anything to do with what was going on. Mal's going to shoot them. Mal's going to fucking shoot both of them.
You don't see
Anyway,
it, but
fine.
Gray looks like they're on the verge of tears as you went through that whole thing.
Being dramatic is my one shining, brilliant talent. Thanks. It's the only way my family knows how to communicate.
Oh, good. Me too, apparently.
I like going on dramatic tirades.
But yeah, so that's the session. I hope you guys enjoyed. I know I did. Do you have any questions, any comments before we wrap up?
Thanks for running it. Go team. Bye, Cat.
Yeah. Woo!
I'm assuming we're gonna save any encounter XP for like next session, depending on what happens in the conversation.
No, I awarded. That's why I gave you 168 because there was
Oh,
a
okay.
lot that happened. I accounted for this encounter having been successful. I didn't include dinner, like the gaining of new quest lines. So maybe I'll toss that in next week, depending
Yeah,
on how
we have
low the
at
XP
least
is.
still technically dealt with the fight because, like, you don't want to punish people for not killing people.
Yeah.
I gave you full XP as if you'd completed the fight. So,
Fair.
but
Coolio.
just
Any
I don't know if
solution
you
to an
guys want to.
encounter should be included.
If you guys want to farm XP, just make him mad again, and then like pacify, and then mad, and then pacify, and then mad, and then pacify, and then we'll see how much XP you get.
I'm gonna go with probably not, but fighting, that's still on the table.
Hehe. Anyways,
Can't wait till she casts the spell and we have to actually fight the table.
oh yeah,
The table?
Yeah,
the table.
it's a joke.
He was
Yeah,
joking about
Devin's
the witch
mad at
animating the
us.
table to fuck us up
Yes.
because Devin has a shitty sense of humor and should be hunted for sport.
Teehee.
Anywho, with that, I will wish stream good night, and I'll stay in chat and rant and rave and squee. But say good night, everybody.
Good night, good night.
No,
Good
good
night.
morning.
Good night,
Good
everybody.
night, everybody.